We're going to be talking about different aspects of the music industry. It's not just about DJ check, mic check 1, 2, or DJ track 1, track 2. There are lots of things that go on behind the scenes. There are lots of people that do different things. And some of us that we sing in the bathroom. And then, you know that time when you sing in the bathroom, you're singing your favorite song, and then music cuts off and you sing, and then you go off key. That's when you realize that music is not for you. But that doesn't mean that you can't also be a part of the music industry. And so we're going to learn so many things today. We're going to do different things today. And we have an amazing lineup of panelists. Please give them a round of applause. They're already waiting behind the scene. And we're hoping that more people can come in and then we can just get the show on the road. So once again, welcome to Music Business Conference, Securing the Bag. A round of applause, thank you very much. And as we set things going, we're going to start off by, of course, singing the Nigerian national anthem. We're all Nigerians. I know some of us are planning to jackpot, but before that happens, we're still here. We're still here. And I still hope that we remember the national anthem. Do we all remember the national anthem? I hope we have not forgotten. Some of you have made appointments to Canadian Embassy. You will still sing the national anthem today. Are we ready? All right, joining us on stage, we have Idana. I hope I got that right. Please don't kill me. Can you say that again so I say it properly? Idana. Thank you very much. Where are you from? That's such a beautiful name. So Idana is going to sing us the national anthem. I'm going to sing along. Should we stand on our feet for this? I think we should. I think we should honor Nigeria at least just one time. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. The national anthem. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide thou our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty hearts attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Let us pray these words. For our country, Nigeria, today. Thank you.
That was so beautiful. You have won more souls for Nigeria. If you were still planning to jackpot, doesn't that make you want to change your mind? What? Wow. so many coconut heads in this beauty today. But it's all good. Once again, you're welcome to the Music Business Conference organized by Make Music Lagos. And we're going to be talking about music and the business side of it. Before we go any further, I just wanted to talk about how things have changed in Nigeria. Back in the day, your parents would tell you, go to school, graduate, become a lawyer, banker, engineer. What else did they used to drum into our heads back then? Doctor. My friend's son is a doctor. You must be a doctor. And then, you know. But this is 2022. In fact, as they are giving birth to the child, and the child is saying, can detect musical notes, harmonizing from the womb. Some are already planning music lessons for that baby. Because whiskey has blown. 30 bridges everywhere. Everybody wants to be a singer. But today we're going to find out whether singing is something that you might want to, take a backseat on and pick another side hustle or even make it a main hustle within the music industry. And that's why I'm so glad that we're here, because the music industry is growing. People are not just singing, they're writing songs. Say that again. Okay. People are doing all sorts of things. And that's just to tell you that there's money in this business, in the music industry. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome the team lead, Make Music Lagos, Adiola Akiemi, to share with us the welcome address and also to give us an insight as to the journey of Make Music Lagos and why they have decided to be a part of World Music Day and making sure that the music industry in Nigeria is blooming. Please give her a round of applause.
So I hear. So they said I should climb to the stage. Media, am I correct? Okay. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. I'm so delighted to have you all here. Thank you so much for honoring us and honoring our invitation to have you here. Thank you to our panelists. Can we put that together for our amazing panelists? Thank you so much as well for everyone who is here. We're so delighted to have you. I recognize a few people from online. So I recognize them from either putting in the entry for the My Song Is Your Song or any of the other events. I will explain that in a bit. So what is Make Music Lagos? So I think my people used to say, in my former life, I was a teacher. So I like to ask, does anyone know what Make Music Lagos is? Do you have an idea? We've been around for this is the 7th year. So, at least some of us here should know something about Make Music Lagos. Does anyone know, before I give my introduction, what Make Music Lagos is? Let me see if I have some prizes to give out today. Anyone? Who wants to win my prize? Should I come randomly? Oh, someone. Okay. Okay. I recognize Mr. Wale.
David,
Adeyemi or something. Great. My memory is very good.
Make Music Lagos is the celebration of World Music Day here in Lagos and across Nigeria, and put together by a couple of organizations as the CSR. So it's a series of events where you get to learn how to DJ, you get to learn how to write songs, you get to learn how to worship and sing, and then there's a music business conference, and at the end of it, there's a shutdown concert.
Well, you have my prize. So. All right. Anyone ever participated in Make Music Lagos before? Either you attended a music business conference. So yes. What did you participate in? Oh, this is last year. Thank you. Anyone else? My Song Is Your Song. Yes. My Song Is Your Song. It was an amazing, yeah. I would explain those things shortly. Anyone else? Performance, yes, at one of the concert. Okay, so I'm sure those of us that this is our first time you're hearing My Song Is Your Song, learn to play, learn to DJ, worship, and you're wondering what it is. So Make Music Lagos is a celebration of the World Music Day. Make Music, 2016, Lagos joined the Global Music Alliance with headquarters in New York. We joined that alliance to bring the celebration of world music to Nigeria. That was the first time. So the Make Music is actually a French festival called Fête de la Musique. Started about 40 years ago. This is actually the 40th year of that celebration. But prior to the alliance, which started about 20 years ago, it was celebrated only in France and French-speaking countries. So the Make Music Alliance wanted to spread that celebration beyond just France and French-speaking countries to other cities, and then they started an alliance encouraging people to celebrate the World Music Day in their community. In 2016, Lagos joined that celebration, and we organized the first Make Music event. So Make Music event, like I said, is the celebration of the World Music Day, and it's multiple events. So you will hear, you're wondering how all these events are happening. It's actually multiple events around the city of Lagos on the World Music Day and around any celebrating city. So if you have Make Music New York, Make Music Boston, Make Music UK, Brazil, and so you have multiple events. So unlike other concerts where you have only headliners on the stage, you know how us young and upcoming artists, very talented, usually struggle to get a spot to perform at those events. So Make Music differentiates itself in that you have multiple events across the city that is organizing, and so anyone and everyone can participate regardless of where you are in your journey as a musician. So whether you have blown or blowing or yet to blow, you can participate. And of course, what we also have is, apart from the concerts, which is the performances, we have opportunities for artists to collaborate. So we have events like My Song Is Your Song. So My Song Is Your Song is a global song exchange. It's organized by the Make Music Alliance, where an artist who has recorded the song will submit their song and get to perform the song of another artist, any other city, any other participating city in the world. Then we also have other collaborating and learning events like the Learn to Play, the Learn to DJ. So one question that people ask us is, how do you guys organize so many events on one day or within a range of days? It's because of partners and collaborators. So because it's a community event, we encourage anyone and everyone to participate, from the artists to our panelists who are stakeholders in the industry, to DJs who want to teach people how to DJ, to music education, music schools who would teach people how to play an instrument. This year, we're going to Pashili School of the Blind and Little Saints Orphanage to give them free music lessons as part of the World Music celebration. And this is, the reason why we're able to do this is because of our partners, our music educators who support us to make this happen. So that's what Make Music is. This year, we're having over 40 events across the city of Lagos and other cities in the world. Put your hands together for us. So the Make Music Alliance challenged us in 2020, just before the pandemic. We didn't know the pandemic was going to happen, to tell us that, you guys have done well in Lagos. Nigeria is 200 million people with 36 states and multiple communities. Can you spread it? And I'm like, even this Make Music Lagos has been a struggle. We're trying to, because we do this collaboration and partnership, so it's been a lot of work, and it's a very small team that organizes it. So we then decided, okay, fine, let's put out the word and see if anyone will be interested. Lo and behold, we opened the floodgate, as my colleagues will say, and then this year we have Abuja, we have Owerri, we have Akwa Ibom. We have 6 events in Akwa Ibom, actually. We have about 5 events in Abuja. We have OAU. Yes, I think those are the cities that we have, and we're so happy to see that everyone is able to join us. So also to speak about what Make Music is. So the organizing team does not organize everything in Make Music. We are like an advocate group, encouraging people to organize Make Music events. So if you wanted to organize an event in your community, whether it's a music education event, collaboration, performances, all you need to do is reach out to us, and then we'll add your event to the Make Music platform and promote it generally. However, we're passionate about a few things, and it's the Music Business Conference. One of the things we're passionate about is the Music Business Conference. Over the last 7 years, we've given artists, and we have had the opportunity of having close to 1,000 artists and bands on our platforms. Nigeria always, and you ask me, 1,000, that's a lot, am I exaggerating? No. Nigeria always champions events like the My Song Is Your Song. It's a global event, but as they say, Nigeria never carries last. So every year, you find that Nigerian artists are usually the most to submit the content. So this year, we had 179 entries for the My Song Is Your Song. That's already how many artists? That's already 179 artists, and we've done it for the past 3 years. And of course, a couple of years ago, we partnered with a restaurant who gave us multiple venues, and we had about, 12 venues in Lagos, with each venue having about 15 artists and bands performing. That's over 150 artists in one Make Music event. So yes, we have worked with over 1,000 artists. We have had over 1,000 performances on the Make Music platform. But one of the things that we realized is after the artists come and perform, or do My Song Is Your Song, or learn to DJ, or learn to play, or we do the New Music Marathon, what else? What happens after that? We need something that is a bit long lasting, something a bit more impactful, and then we started music business. Because what we realized is the artists will say, oh, I want to perform, and then after they perform, they still have a lot of questions that only us cannot answer, and then we decided that the Music Business Conference is an avenue for music creatives, artists, producers, and anyone in that music space to learn how to do the business of music. Because one of the reasons why artists struggle to survive is because they don't know the business of. We are creative, that's not the problem. But the business of music, if you don't know it, you're going to be shortchanged. Any artist you see succeeding right now, it's either they know the business of music or somebody who is working with them knows the business of music. I hope you agree with me. There is no successful artist that you see today that either they don't know the business of music or somebody around them does. There is no one like that. And we have some of those record label executives here who will tell us how they're able to make the artists succeed. And that's why we started this business. And I hope that today you will collaborate. We have sessions where you can network and meet new people. I hope that you will learn something. And I hope that these sessions will be impactful. What I will ask of you is open your mind, open your heart, learn as much as you can, and then feel free to. Don't be shy to ask any question. That's the reason why we organized today. Don't be shy to ask any question, to get any clarification, to walk up to someone that you've always wanted to meet and then ask the question. The distance between you and your next big break or your next opportunity is information. Information and connection. Even the connection is information because that person is going to tell you what to do or to get where you're going to. So I just want to encourage you today to open your mind, open your heart, have a good time, relax. There's food. We have vendors outside. Have a good time, relax. I want to also use this opportunity to thank our partners and people who've been supporting us over the years. We'll have a vote of thanks later, but I just want to thank our organizers. Our MC will also thank them. They make this happen. I'm sure you guys know that to put this together, no matter how much collaboration you get, you will still need money. So they make all of this happen. Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy today.
Thank you so much, Adjola Akiemi. She's the team lead, Make Music Lagos. She's one of the reasons why we're all here. And as you can see, Make Music Lagos will very soon become Make Music Nigeria. And that's a beautiful thing. And she said one thing that I'm going to take away. The next opportunity or the next thing or the next, step towards securing the bag could be right here. You never can tell. If you are joining us for the first time, you're just walking in, this is Music Business Conference organized by Make Music Lagos, and it's a platform whereby people can connect, interact, and also learn how to make their music pay. Now we're going to get straight into the business at hand, and one of the first sessions we're going to have will be about monetizing the music. Before I introduce the panelists, the people that will be engaging us on this particular topic, I want to encourage us, if we're taking pictures, if we're sharing videos online, to please use the hashtag MakeMusicLagos. That's Make Music Lagos. And also the hashtag Music Business Conference. Let people feel jealous that they're missing out. Let people understand that there's a good thing why you're not where they are and that you're where you are right now. So please, if you haven't taken that selfie, you can take it now, and please add the hashtag MakeMusicLagos, hashtag Music Business Conference. And the beautiful thing is you can make this a memory by going to the back and you can get a Make Music Lagos merch, t-shirts, and everything that would show that you were present at this event. So you can go right there and get your Make Music Lagos merch. Buy and, of course, be a part of the Make Music Lagos, events. So once again, welcome to Make Music Lagos Music Business Conference. We're going to go straight to the first panel, and as I said earlier on, is monetizing your music. We have a great set of panelists in this session. I'll start by introducing Chioma Onochukwu. She's the head of TuneCore West and East Africa. Please welcome to the stage. Thank you very much. Keep clapping, please. Thank you. It's a sort of encouragement. Thank you very much. And we also have Jem Uduma, who is the label manager at Universal Music. Just have a seat. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Also, we have Ekowe Edward, who's from Maven Records. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Ogaga Sapaide, Head Executive Brothers Records, please come on stage. Mobolaji Caxton Martins from Slice Media, thank you. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Akinyemi Anyolua, who is the partner, High Tower Solicitors and Advocates. So they're going to be talking about monetizing your music. Money, money, money. And how to make your music pay. So please pay attention. And if there are questions to be asked, make sure you note them down. And we'll take the Q&A session right after the session kicks off. Or ends, rather. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I'm blessed to sit with a lot of very, very important personalities here. Please, another round of applause that this is happening. Also, I'm thankful that the turnout, is also commendable, and I believe at the end of the day, everyone is here to have an impartation. I'm speaking like a preacher now, but all we need is a seed to be planted in our minds, and we'll be able to act on it. If you're excited to be here, another round of applause. So today we're here to talk about the money. Of what use is it being talented, and at the end of the day, when your story is done, there isn't anything to show in terms of getting paid. And if you're Nigerian, you know what the economy is saying now. You want to make sure that for every resource or your time that you invest, something is coming back. Also, I believe investors in music and practitioners in music are also interested in getting to the money fast. There are many, many talented people in Nigeria, and investors are streaming in to cash in on what this buzz about Afrobeat is. And I believe with our deliberations today, a lot of things will be examined, and that would shape how we approach getting paid in the music business. Now, I would like to go to some of the biggest players in the space. Maven is in the building. If you know Maven, a round of applause, please. So, Veda is from Maven. I would like to throw this question at you. Then, after you go at the question, the chairman from Universal would also. No fear. The question is easy. So, for you as a big player in the Nigerian music space, what does it mean to sign up talents with the expectation of getting paid, like getting to the money fast? I know you've been in the space for about 10 years. Your company celebrated 10 years recently. And I know you've been very careful at signing up talents. And I believe one of your goals will be, how soon can we turn over our investment? How soon can we make money? So what does it mean for your company?
Hello, everyone. So basically, when you go into the music business, when you go into music, you definitely want to make returns, right? And as a company, we've realized that a lot of people just rush into it. A lot of artists feel like, oh, I can sing now, so I want to put out music immediately. But at Maven, what we've realized is it's better to develop this talent, and that's why we have an academy. We've decided to spend more time developing this talent to find out what we can tag as a marketable asset, about that talent. So you find out that everybody, we believe everybody and every talent should have a unique selling point. So if you feel like you can sing and you just want to put out music immediately, you may not exactly be highlighting what is specific or different about you. So we've decided that we feel like developing yourself, finding what is marketable about you would help you make money in the long run. So you can take a year to develop a talent, and when you find out what that uniqueness about that talent is, you can find yourself making money a year after you launch that talent. You can find yourself making money 6 months after. You can find yourself making money 4 years after.
Thank you very much. That is coming from a very, very knowledgeable place, because I don't think any company in Nigeria has been able to churn out, amazing top-tier talent in the last 3 years. A round of applause for, Maven Records. Shout out. So, Mr. Gam, I know Universal is, one of the biggest players in the music business globally. In Nigeria, how do you sign up talents? What do you look out for? And what is that defining factor before Universal Nigeria comes into the picture?
Okay, when it comes to signing talents and music business in its entirety, you have to understand that it is a long-term project. It's never a case of putting the money here and money pops from the other side. So when you're signing a talent, you have to first identify that this person is talented. I mean, the talent is the ultimate thing. But then talent also comes in very raw forms. So you see a kid that's super talented, but you see that there's also a lot of work to be done on this, which brings me back to what Veda mentioned about artist development. Most times artist development takes a very long time. He said 1 year, sometimes more than 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Artists are very impulsive. From many years of working with artists, I've realized that they are very impulsive people. Most times they just enter the studio, record the music, and they feel like, oh, more, this is going to tear everywhere. But when you make critical assessment of this music, you realize that it's a far shoot from what is in their head. So when it comes to signing a talent, identify that this person is talented, then note down what works need to be done. Sometimes the work is not in the music, it is in their personality. You have to define, what kind of person is this person? Does his music match his person, or do we need to finesse his personality in order to be able to profit from not just his music, but also brands and other aspects?
Thank you very, very much. For those who don't know, Ogagus has been a talent manager / publicist, A&R, and many other things. I've known him for like a decade working in music. And Ogagus is pretty much responsible for Chike's breakthrough. Together with Chike, breaking an independent artist when you don't have a bottomless pit of cash can be very, very difficult. So my question is to Ogagus, how's the journey been? I think you had like a fantastic run. During the lockdown was, I think, the major turning point for Chike. I might be wrong. So, how has the journey been from collaborating with a former finalist of, was it The Voice?
I think it was The Voice.
The Voice. So, collaborating with a finalist from The Voice and you guys working together, all through that time to monetizing his talent and now having an enjoyable run. Because you can see it, because there's a new Benz. There can't be a Benz without monetization. So, Gabus, let's have your take.
The question is how...
The question is, you and Chike working from when there was no Benz till...
The funny thing, I'm going to say, let's just say, like, as an artist, the thing that probably drove me to working with an artist like Chike, working with artists, just because I just saw sheer determination to succeed. I've known this artist from afar, and it kept coming for, how can I do this? How can I do this? How can I do this? And you're on your own, and the artist is recording music, and you're wondering how is this guy getting funded? Like, this money could have been used to buy a car, would have been used to probably go on a trip, would have been used to buy clothes, but at the time that was probably homeless and maybe carless. I was able to record
a full body of work. And I think the most important thing was, like my co-panelists talked about, was artist development. I think in that period before the album was released, when he was recording music, he probably developed his sound to what he was comfortable sounding like, or what he wanted to tell. And most importantly, he listens. So if I say we are going to do this, like he might grumble a bit, but at the end of the day, I think the best traits of Chike working with an artist like Chike is listen. He listens. If you say we are going to do this, they're like, okay, let's go. Maybe now he's more trusting, because after 1, 2, 3, 4, there are successes. But I say he listens, but not many artists that are independent, or not many record labels that are independent will listen to what an A&R is going to say. I've worked with some record label where the financier will tell you that what you are saying is bullshit. The person that is paying for the music video, that is going to pay for production, what they think, what their friends like is what is going to go. So no matter how you are saying, no, this is what suits the artist more, they're going to say, no, this is what I feel because I'm the one bringing the money. So I'm grateful that it's not easy to see. Even artists that probably don't have money, they are even resistant to opinion of A&R, of managers. So because it is, I think that's the greatest student, and it has been a decent journey. It has been a decent journey.
Thank you very, very much. So, like Ogabu said, I know there are many talented people that will get to watch or that are in the room already. One thing I always tell my clients is talent is just like 1 out of 10 things you need to build a successful career. You mentioned it was always investing in himself. The money he was making from, I think, acting, could have gone into many other things. And I tell all my record label clients as well, if the talent is not investing in himself, I do not think you should invest, because I believe the talent should want it more than anybody else. Someday, the manager will leave the talent, someday the record label will leave the talent, but it is the talent, if they are successful at the end of the day, they will be the biggest beneficiaries. The funny thing is, when an artist is even long gone, maybe stops creating music, or when they are dead, the music is still alive, and the music is still able to generate thousands and thousands of royalty money or even licensing fees. So that is something to take. If you're a talent in the room, you have to actually partner with people like Ogagus. I remember when Ogagus was always disturbing everywhere online, telling everybody Chike is the best. And now we have more believers. So same thing, if you're a record label owner as well, you need to be guided by opinions of people who are knowledgeable in the business. So thank you very, very much. So I'll go to Chioma. And my question is easy. After creating this amazing body of work, it is good that you put the work in front of people that will appreciate it. So I wanted to just briefly tell us why we should look to companies like, your company, TuneCore. I'm also a champion for always not sitting on your hands waiting for people to come help you out. I think in year 2022, the resources are there for anybody who wants to take the time to really do the work, to to use your platform. I would like that you share, why should we go with TuneCore, the TuneCores of this world?
Yeah, no, so particularly for independent musicians, indie labels, or independent managers, in the world that we are now, there is no, for instance, selling of music like physically, so CDs is there, but there's a change happening now where we're streaming music, you're downloading from the likes of an iTunes and stuff. And the beauty about that, if you see a lot of our artists now who are going international, is because of their music being available on these platforms. So it's a huge way for you to not only gain fans, get discovered internationally, not just locally. I know streaming is still picking up here, but you have more established market that it's taking off of. So why would you just go and drop your music with all these roadside sellers and just be maybe a local champion somewhere, especially if you want to, like we say, blow? So you need to put yourself out there. You have like, so for instance, social media. Let's step away from musicians now. Let's say creators, the comedians, YouTubers or whatever. They're using social media and they're getting discovered not just at home, but all over the world. So you as an independent artist, I don't know what your ultimate goal is. Maybe you're making music for fun. Do you understand? Just to make small money, or you want to blow like the rest of them here. You need to put your music on these streaming platforms. Do you understand? And the way you do that is with like the likes of a TuneCore that allows you to get your music. Because we know like how many years back, it was almost impossible for you to get your music on streaming platforms. Typically you might need to be with one major label or something. But that's where you have the likes of a TuneCore distributor like that makes it easy for you to do it on your own. And there are artists who maybe, because I've encountered quite a bit of them, like I would say the likes of someone like Sinach. Sinach is a TuneCore artist, and she's like she's the biggest gospel singer. Do you understand? We have in Nigeria. She's global. Go look at her song, Way Make on YouTube. Like I checked, I think it was last night. It's crossed, I think, over 100 million views on YouTube. Let's not get into her Spotify numbers. Someone like her, she's always wanted to remain independent. We have a parent company believe that it gives you more opportunities as an artist. If you're gaining traction, they can do more for you, artist support, give you more label services. And we wanted to see if she'd be interested in that. And she's like, no, she wants to remain with because she likes being independent. And that's the case. You find artists who would rather remain independent because of creative control, or they want to own 100% of their royalties, which is something we offer you because our model is subscription. You subscribe now. I don't know if you're aware, but we've changed our prices. It's no longer per release. It's now you pay once a year and you have unlimited releases. This is us making room to accommodate as many people as we can, and to provide value. So it's up to you. Like you might choose to remain independent because you want to maintain creative control. Maybe you're wary of labels. I mean, labels are good, but some people don't have the understanding of. At the end of the day, label is an investor. They need to see something. Do you understand? So you can't expect, they give you grand contract and then you're shaking. Some people rather would, they don't want to have that kind of, relationship where there's a rev share. Maybe they want to keep everything for themselves. They prefer working and having control. So, this is just some of the advantages for the independent artists. So you just pick what works for you. There's a plethora of choices for you, really.
So I think
I want to say something. I just want to say Chike's Bob Bullets was released via TuneCore. I think it's still on TuneCore.
And then you abandoned me.
I'm not abandoning because the album is still on TuneCore.
But that's the thing. You find
it's on TuneCore. It's still on TuneCore. And at that point where Chike was there, maybe no other label would have given him the opportunity to invest in the music, but hence, as an independent artist, you don't need to die chasing quote unquote who you feel will give you more services. There's a place like TuneCore where you can just go and do the magic.
Interesting take. It's always good to have that kind of opportunity as your landing, as your springboard. So you're able to, I'm sure you've gotten a bigger deal now from humble beginnings with TuneCore. So Chema is not happy that. So I would like to come to Mr. Bolaji, and I know for a fact that just placing music on those platforms is never enough. I believe that the music is the most important currency in dealing in the business, but at the same time, the attention you get or whatever traffic you're able to funnel to the music is also very, very important. And you are adept at, grabbing attention. For example now, if 1 million people know that you're able to do something, you have better luck and advantage than if 10,000 people know they're able to do something. Same thing if you're releasing music and already you are sure that immediately the music is published, 1 million people would rush to the music. So as a marketing and branding expert working in Nigeria, what have been your experience, working with Nigerian talent? How has it been like? Are they very receptive of the idea to do this thing proper, or many times they just want to do it themselves, and then when they are caught in a bind, then they run back to people like you to help them?
Okay, thanks, Akemi. We're discussing about monetizing music, so securing the bag. How do you make money from your music? it's almost like every other business that you have. Your talent, you want to go out there and make it, but you're competing with other people, right? So you're not the only musician. You're not the only one singing the genre that you're singing. There are options available to the audience out there. How do you? So the marketing starts from the beginning, right? So even what you decide to call yourself in the first instance is part of your brand, right? So how do you, from that inception stage, create a brand that is attractive to people? People are going to love your music, but they want to know who's behind the music as well. So what sort of personality have you designed for yourself that would get the attention of the people that you want? At the end of the day, you see musicians saying, as one of the ways that you want to secure the bag, everybody's rushing for brand ambassadorships and the like, right? And the likes, right? So, although some of my colleagues in the marketing industry basically just go out there to look for musicians who have the biggest star power and then they sign you up, but as we progress, as we proceed, I think you'll see more and more brands being very discerning about the sort of artists that they endorse. First off, the values have to be the same with the artists that they're endorsing. Some brands have gotten into trouble for endorsing some particular artists just by going by, they have a lot of fans, they have a lot of followers, and then they have to cancel the deals maybe a year or 2 years after. We've seen such examples in the country. Back to your question, I think maybe because the marketing industry didn't do enough work to sell their services to musicians. We focused basically on your Coca-Colas and the likes, where they thought they were making a lot of money, but we all know the sort of money that the music industry is bringing into the country today. I think right now is a good time for that responsibility to be working within the marketing industry. Also, what we've seen is the musicians did not wait. They went ahead and, I'll do it myself. And if I run into trouble, if I get into any crisis, then I'll go and look for a publicist or come back to a PR company. But the more successful they get, the more they understand why their brands are important and why they need to speak to a brand consultant or a brand expert. And we've seen that those who pay more attention to their brand, those who even start their brand early on, right? They have a better chance of breaking through.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to put you on the spot. What Nigerian musician do you think has branding or marketing really well set up? You always look at that artist and you're like, man, this is an amazing example.
That's really putting me on the spot, right? I think Asha has a great brand. I tell people, you walk into a GT Bank and in that dead man door and you're listening to the music, and it takes you a while before you realize, this is Asha I'm listening to, right? So in terms of, the artists that have been able to sell their brand really well and develop a good brand and stock to it, being consistent with that brand as well. I think Asha has a good brand. I think Whiskey also has a good brand. But I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. So my question is to Veda again, because I'm a big fan of, beyond just being a music lawyer, I'm also a big fan of music. And when I see Maven pick up somebody, I always give the talent the benefit of the doubt, like, Don Jazzy has seen something again. So my question is this. The journey of a talent. You made mention of if they discover themselves on time, like within a year they could pop. Don't you think there's a risk of just being in the spotlight like in such a short time? I understand as an investor, I want to make back the money. Like to break an artist in Nigeria, we know it's not cheap. Except if the song goes viral, you really have to do a lot of investing. Recording music with the best record producers, collaborating with the best songwriters, and then trying to, shoot nice pictures, nice videos. But don't you think there's a risk that could also touch the money if somebody just appears on the scene and goes full throttle just in the first year or in the second year?
To speak to that, I'd say that's why there's a development process, right? And when you develop an artist, you're not just well, I can't speak for every label, but at Maven, we don't just develop the music. The music is one part of the business. There's your performance ability, there's your brand, there's your star power. There's a lot of we have a lot of things that go into it, you know. So, and you know, in order to make money from the music business, there are a couple of boxes you need to check. I'd say the risk of losing money is less when you have most of these boxes checked. It's a risk in general, it's a risk in general, but the risk is less when you have most of these boxes checked. If you have an artist who, a short example, when we were developing IRA, I remember way back in 2020 when the pandemic just hit, we were even in the studio trying to create, we all had to go home. She'd be at home sending me like songs that she just recorded, just via voice notes to my phone, and I was just like, oh, this is dope, but how about you change this line? And she would go back and rework it and come back. And then we got to the studio, she had a couple of songs, we're like, oh, these are good, but they don't seem like the songs that need to go out now. She went back into the studio and created some more. We made sure we worked on her brand, her physical appearance, you know, her style, just to make sure that we convey the right message. So I think if you tick all these boxes, another thing is in that period of time of development, you can tell when there's an artist, you can tell when the artist will get, should I say, power drunk or not, because artists do get to that point. But during the development process, because obviously with a brand like Maven, there's some things that you get exposed to, working with the biggest producers, working with international artists. You are FaceTiming a global superstar because, you know, you're with a brand like Maven. So all those things, you know, over a period of time, you can tell when this artist will get power drunk, and you can let the key thing is to communicate to them that your team is your team, and everything around you is possible because of the team effort. It's not just your effort. Your music is one part of it. And that's why every successful artist, if you check, even Drake still talks about riding with his day one till now, because every successful artist knows that the team that understands you, and you know, and by team I mean not yes men, the team that will tell you the truth would always ride for you. And when it gets to that point, obviously, when you invest in an artist, you put the artist out. If all the boxes are checked, artist is a superstar, you start making money. You know, after some time, when you start making enough money, I feel like there's a contract you get in place. So if an artist chooses to move on after the contract, great. But if they don't, you know, you will continue your business. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, Ogagus, yeah. I know there are many avenues to make money now, but in Nigeria, what do you deem as like the number one, the number two, the number three, or 4, 5, 6? Like, can you just give us like a quick scan through your bank details? Like, oh, this is how we got, you know, oh, we made this money from publishing, we made this money from our catalog, we made this money on the road. Do you pay attention to all the different streams by which, you know, as a label executive and as a talent manager, how you make money?
This question is you're putting me on the spot. But
not your personal.
I know.
Business
I'll say an artist to make. Well, I'm going to say most likely live performances on tour, because even before Bob Wooders was dropped, because of the artists that I know that never have singles but get paid to perform. It might be you're covering someone else's song. It might be you're singing a song that is relatively unknown, but you're getting paid. So the more
should put live performances as number one.
I'm gonna put live performances and touring as number one, because if a record label like you're putting in Nigeria, a record label investor, I believe that for him to recoup, I'm gonna put in live performances. And the artists I work with, I'm privileged to have live performances almost every other day. So
Sure.
So I'm gonna put after live performance, we're gonna go to maybe royalties from streaming, publishing, maybe merchandising. But I think I'm gonna put those three: performances, royalties, publishing, and we're gonna go down from there.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Gem, you're next. The question is, we know for you to have a big splash, how much will it take any investor in this room to invest in pushing a song? You know, most of the time, if the song is not a viral piece on TikTok or on Instagram, on Twitter, you have to do a lot of investment. Can you just help us with like roughly how much you might need to invest in the Nigerian music market to maybe break a song, so people can appreciate? I think Veda, you can also shed some light when after it takes a stab at it.
I was really hoping you won't ask this question.
Yeah, so I want people to understand it.
Because it's a crazy and tough one. First, to exist in our market, you have to fight a lot of norms. You have to fight a lot of norms. You are grazing palms, you are paying people to get your songs played. So it's not even funny. It's not like an organized market where once you reach out to certain bodies, promoters, they are willing to take up the music. This time you have to pay and pay heavily. And the payment system, payola system is very competitive in our market. So it is who pays the highest that gets played the highest. And that's the craziest thing about this market. So they need to put money to it.
So we can't even have like a ballpark number. Like.
Bro, promotion budgets runs in hundreds of millions. I am not even joking. Yes.
Guys, do you have something to say? Yeah, for you to make the money, you have to invest sometimes.
The money, I'm not even joking you, like it runs in hundreds of millions, except for where you have viral songs. So there are songs that organically, without you even doing much, they pick up and run with that pace. And then what you just have to do is reinforce the promotions. But if you have to pick up a song, an average song, and work it religiously to hit the limelight, my brother, the budget in Africa would scare you. And the most scary thing about putting so much money in our market is because ours is not a fully monetized market. There are still a lot of loopholes. We have people who are coming from years of downloading free music from blogs. So that blogs came after CD piracy, where you just give a marketer in Alaba and they must produce as many as they will and just give you a little money. And then when internet sensation became a thing, the blogs picked it up and started pirating in place of Alaba music. So we're still working on getting really paid for our music. So like Ogagos mentioned, live performance is still anybody's best shot if you are banking on African market, because most of the people who even stream on paid platforms want to use free accounts. So you see somebody who is on a 3 months free Apple Music account. How is Apple supposed to pay you for somebody streaming free music? Yeah. And some people, what they actually, it's very bad, but what they do is when the 3 months expires, they route out another email address, another 3 months.
How many of you can feel the pain in his voice? I can feel it.
So this is what investors suffer in our markets. Aside that you have to pay for almost everything to get things done, now the fear of how do I make this money back? So for bigger companies like mine, we leverage on our wide reach and network, right? Because our music is not just limited to Africa, because if I was to bank on Africa, we are ruined. So we have to, reach out to, of course, we have to reach out to partners in other countries so that we can get support from those countries. And aside reaching out for those supports, we are approached by many companies for different deals, sync deals, and we just have to look to our catalog and see what fits. And of course, those are places where you can actually make your money from.
Thank you very much. Chima, don't you think for a new label looking to invest, don't you think they should be more methodological? English is big, sorry. Methodological. Did I try? So don't you think there should be like a proper strategy to spend what they can track? So you know that, if you're spending $10,000, $20,000, you're spending it on promotional efforts that you can really track for the most impact. Because what Mr. Jem has said is shedding light on all the gaping holes in the Nigerian music market that if you really want to do a full nationwide campaign, that might be something really, really expensive. So what are your thoughts with the gift of influencing TikTok, digital streaming platforms, linking those digital streaming platforms to different social media channels? Don't you think we can bypass, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you're dead on that because, one thing I've come to see, especially in this market, is people doing the same thing over and over again. So, like the point you made about, okay, you're doing this type of campaign and then you're tracking its returns, so to say. We find that a lot of people actually just don't do that. They just maybe hear one advice or something and then they just apply it, or they keep sticking to the same thing over and over again. So yeah, I mean, because if you're independent, for instance, and you're using a distributor, you have a dashboard that you can monitor what is happening. Do you understand? Okay, this thing that I'm doing, is it making sense? This influencer that I'm paying to come and, make this song go viral, is this, do you understand what is the results and things like that? So yeah, you need to track what you're doing, so that way the money that you're putting into campaigns and marketing, you're able to say, okay, this works, or this one does not work, let's shelve it, and things like that. So definitely.
Thank you very, very much. Please, if you have questions, we're almost at the end of the session. I believe there will be an opportunity for questions. You can write it down, and as soon as we're done deliberating on some of these points, we'll open up the floor, and then you can ask questions. I believe there's a mic somewhere out there. So, Mr. Bolaji, I'm an upcoming artist. I want to blow. I've not chosen my name yet. I do not even know what it means to brand myself. In a just give me like a short crash course. I know if I come to your office, I'm going to be paying a lot of money to do that. But I think for the benefit of me being in the same event as you are, can you just give us like what an upcoming artist that has never heard the concept of brand partnership or marketing? What can be planted in their minds and they can take home and then read up or even watch on YouTube?
Okay. Thanks. I was going to say that this is how I monetize my own craft.
You can't give them everything.
Yeah, you can do it free of charge. But it's fine. I think for an upcoming artist, I mean, like one of the panelists said, first of all, you have to have talent, right? The reason where your brand comes into play is because there are loads of options and you want to stand out as having unique values. So, as an upcoming artist, who do you want to make music for, right? And what sort of trends do you want to be associated with? What sort of perception you want to have within the markets? It goes beyond. I mean, your music is a huge part of the properties that you have, the assets that you have to express yourself. But it goes beyond that, right? The sort of way that you communicate with your fans, what you do on social media, the associations that you have. And then again, everybody has a worldview, right? Some artists are known to be rebellious, to be rebels, to be activists. I mean, some people are earth-friendly. So you have to be authentic with yourself and say, this is who I am. So you're basically going to be answering really tough questions about your self-discovery and what your personal brand stands for. And then you can build that into what you think, your audience wants to see or wants to get from you, or what value they can derive from you. You also want to be in the right rooms at the right times. You want to be in conferences such as this, for example. You want to be where you know that other stakeholders within the industry would see you, exchange, ideas with you, network with you, and then you're just consistent with the way that you deliver on your message, your music, the story that you want to tell, and evolve with the times. You can't remain the same because the times continue to change, but you always have to, look out for when things are no longer the way they used to be and evolve with that as well. I think, if you do that, you're on the right track. And I'm not saying that you will blow, but you stand a chance of being selected or being picked out of the bunch of other people who are just waiting for their music to be the ones to stand them out.
Thank you, Bolaji. I really appreciate that. And so we're almost at the final tail of the session, but I would like to ask Gagus, Gem, and Veda, if I was an investor and I had like $50,000 to invest in a talent now, what would you be telling me from the first meeting? Like, what do I need to understand? Because a lot of people actually come with these bags, $100,000, $200,000. They're looking to invest, to collaborate with talent, but many of them, they already spend this money in a way that they will never get the money back. And then they come down to my office and then they bring the talent. The talent doesn't even care about the money that has gone. So what would you be telling some people that will be making those types of decisions? That's number one, your advice to the investor. And then, no, everybody will take a stab, like one. Then, what would you be telling a talent that is on social media, telling Davido, I follow back? Click on the link in my bio. Telling Olamide, Baba, sign me. Coming to your DMs, Baba, sign me, I have talent. What would you be telling the investor, and what would you be telling the artist? So let's just round up on that, like two minutes.
Yeah, speaking to the investors, I would say, firstly, the music business is a long game. Most investors don't know that because they see the big wins of blown artists, quote unquote. They feel like, I put money in and,
They want to blow their
Exactly.
Rema and Ira Star under 2 years. Do you know what it means to have two superstars under 2 years like that? I don't know how you guys do it, but continue, please.
It's a lot of work. So the thing is, they think it's just about having the money. They don't have the right professionals to help them achieve that. So hiring the right hands or paying the right hands can help you develop the talent better. Then another thing is, there's talent and there is talent. Because like some people, knowing what level the talent is at can also help you, know how much development you need to do. Some people think, because their cousin can sing and then they have $100,000, they throw the money on the person and they expect person to, make money in like 2 years. It might not happen that way. If the talent is not where it should be at, it might take you 4 or 5 years to develop that talent, and you spend money during that 4 or 5 years. Then another thing is, a lot of investors don't understand how much it costs to actually create music and put music out. I don't even want to go into marketing, but creating the music, an average producer these days, say you find someone who is developing, who is a baby producer, probably say maybe you pay him like $50K, he can. We're trying to support you. When you want to go above that, you find producers that will collect 300, 500K from you. And there are producers that collect as much as 2 million naira for a record. Music videos, are all expensive, everything. So basically as an investor, know where your talent is, what your talent is, or where your talent is at, and know how much work you need to put in. Don't expect to make returns immediately. Know it's a long game. Then for the artists, this one is my personal favorite because you find out that these artists that say, link in bio or check me out, or some of them send DMs, and you go to their page, there's nothing there, or you have their page looking like a fashion page, just them posing and stuff. But I literally, if I get 100 DMs, I probably go through, say 70, and I don't necessarily need to respond back, but I go to their pages to check, to hear what they sound like. But you find out that these artists, sometimes they don't post their works on their page. The ones that post them, you tell them, you know what, do this, develop more. And some of them go and come back, some of them don't. So first thing is, put your work on. You think these labels are not out there? Trust me, we're out there, we're checking, we're watching, we're looking for the next hot thing. If you're a good artist, there's no label, even if you have like 50 artists, there's no label that doesn't want to sign 51. Do you get what I'm saying? You always want that extra artist that will bring more money for you, and that's a great artist. You always want to own or partner with that artist. So yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gam.
All right, thank you. Veda has actually done justice to this subject. But my first advice to investors is always lower your expectations. That's the easiest way to manage heartbreak. Yes.
Reality.
When investors come to you, the first thing in their mind is, so how do I put this money here so that the money will pop from this side and will start balling like Quizzy and Bonner. But it never happens that way. It has never happened that way for anybody. If you see any artist that's making good impact, go and check. They have been working for many years. There's always that background work. So the investor has to understand that this is not magic. It is a process. And it could be a very long-term process. Then do a critical assessment of the artist you want to sign. Now, most investors has little or no education about the industry. So that's where a team comes in. You have to hire a capable team that can actually do this, do the groundwork for you. If you don't have a team, then you are joking. Gagus mentioned that most investors, all the advice they want to take is the one their friend in the club gave to them while they were drinking. Say, give the DJ the song, make it slam 'em. You see, they feel 'em. Tomorrow, like upload them now, like now. You're losing time. You know, that's how most of these people think. But that's also the easiest way to get into trouble. Lose your money and start chasing Akin to come and help you recoup money that the artist is not even aware that you spent. Like, so, and to the artist, do work on yourself. Do work on yourself. Like, all those DMs you are sending, it's not that they are not noticed. It's just that sometimes you are over your own head. You sing in the bathroom, your friend says, oh, one more, this voice is the voice for the voice competition. Go there. You know, and you take those advice. And then you hop into the studio, come out with a horrible tune, and your friends are, you see those your friends, they're actually not your friends. You need to have people who vet your music before you approach any music promoter or a record label or anybody at all. Let people who are professionals vet your music. Listen to them. Most of these people, they don't have personal interest in anything. They just want to help you, right? So let people vet your music. Then put your socials in order. See, social media is the easiest way to sell yourself now.
Wow. A round of applause. Like, write it down. Sell yourself on social media as much as you can. Because the world is a global village. Anybody from anywhere can discover you. Ogagus.
I think they've said it all, but I'm going to say for me, I'll say if investor means me. When it comes to investing, I'm I'm risk aversive. I like keeping costs as minimal as possible because all the artists I've worked with, cost was probably almost at zero. So we're going to meet. I don't know it's scary sending a stranger, but if a stranger has done the background work, they have invested in themselves, have probably developed themselves to a point where the fire just needs to be pushed a bit. That's who we're going to go for. So I think artists to invest in themselves more. Like all those sending of DMs, trust me, if I come across a talent that I know that there's something there, make covers, put it on your page. When you have your music, put it on your page. Tell your friends to share your music. Grow a community. If you have a community that is vibrant, you're going to
your community.
You're going to attract record labels. If you have a vibrant community, I can tell you that record labels, they know when an artist has a vibrant community. They know all the artists that, this guy, just a little push is going to happen. I think you've said it all.
Thank you very much, Chioma. Any last words? And also from experience, can you give us any Nigerian, aside Chike, that is really doing well with building a community, and anytime there's a release, you guys just easily see the spike? Like, they know how to drive that traffic to...
No, I mean, there's Chike, I mentioned Sinach, there's Eriga, like the few I can remember, but I think they
any new guys, upcoming guys?
Yes, I'll say Bella Lugo is someone who, yes, I'll give to her is a consistency. She's been in the industry for a very long time, so that consistency, and now she's gradually, she's someone if I see an opportunity that could help her,
consistency. She's been around for like 6 years, I think, or 5 years. Or even
7,
more?
Yeah, thereabouts. Okay. She's been around for quite some bit now. And I feel she's gaining, traction gradually now.
And she was fortunate to collaborate with the late B.I.G.
Yes. Yeah, she forwarded that to me. So that's
a big win.
Yeah.
How many of you are aware the B.I.G. jumped on an Afrobeat record from the dead. Just imagine. So that's telling you something that African music, Nigerian music is going somewhere. So any last words, and then we take the questions.
I think everybody has said it. Invest in your music, but more, just as importantly, invest in your brand. The same way your music can be monetized, your brand can be monetized as well. So
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of this session. However, feel free to grab the mic. If you have any questions for anybody on this stage, myself inclusive, how many questions can we take?
We can take a couple of questions. I think we'll start with the first two and we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
So please try to keep your questions as straight to the point and make it very, very specific. So I think we'll pick a guy and a girl. So let me go ladies first, sorry. So please keep it short so we can have more people.
Okay, thank you so much for everything you said. So you said something about building your brand. And then I want to ask this question. In Nigeria now, most people will say, Nigerians don't want to listen to slow music, or it's fast. So anything you want to do like this, it should be Afro, it should bang. You understand? That kind of thing. So like, what can you say to artists that, let's say they do alt, soul, they're not really into, hip hop, Afro. So what can you say to artists like that?
okay, so I mentioned earlier that for everything that occurs, there are options, right? The same way some people want to listen to bang music, some people want to listen to slow music, right? So that's where your brand is important, because you know where your strength lies, right? You're not going to go and do something that you're not really good at and try and compete with the people that are great at it, and then they have branded themselves to be good at those things. So you're looking at what it is that you have to offer, and you're narrowing down on the audience that love your music. You might not be your Wizkid, you might not have all that crowd following you, but the people that follow you would place value on you, and that is where you become a top artist.
Okay, can I contribute to this?
Please
Can
ask
I?
your question.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bernard Franklin. So I have very, very funny questions. Please bear with me. Okay, so
We have little time, so
I know. We see the likes of people that started as Alte, very different, now doing Afrobeat. And it looks like they are good at it. You get me? And there's this move of Alte guys wanting to, where he was saying that Chike listens. And where is the fine line of balance where I don't want to lose myself to trends. I still want to maintain my originality, but I still want to make money. Because we see, like, for instance, I don't know anybody has done it like Adekunle Gold. Like the switch AG Baby, like Kilele. Do you understand? And we see the likes of Asha now with the new album that she did. What exactly is this? Something that they know that we don't know? Because some people are like, I preferred Adekunle Gold, but this one too is making sense. How do you strike that balance? Because you don't want to lose access to these people that are unquote professionals. And there's a book called All You Need to Know About Music Business by Donald L. Passman, and it's on his 10th edition. And we see stuff changing every year. Something is happening. After the lockdown, a lot of things are happening to music. So how do you draw that balance?
So basically, how do you keep your originality while
So
still moving with the trends?
who should answer that question? I think Ogagu.
Everybody will be like, say everybody.
because we really do not have time. I think we should have people who ask questions and.
Okay, how to maintain originality while following trends? I think as an artist, except you're an artist that just makes songs that based on what is popping. As a true artist, you have things that you're comfortable with, a message you are telling, your unique selling points, your strengths as a vocalist. So, for instance, now you mentioned an artist like Asha, for instance. On V album, she's still singing, she's still telling the message, she's still telling her story. The instrumentation probably just changed a little bit, but the essence of Asha is still in this music. You can jump on popular trend, but you have to keep your essence. That's the essence of you as an artist. What made your core fan base fall in you fall in love with you. It's not like Asha is sounding like, how do I put it, maybe making music like Niniola on a pop beat. She can make a song that is house, but the music still has the essence. Let's go to maybe an international space. You can see maybe a Beyonce on a house record. It's a house record, but still a Beyonce, and she might R&B might still be a primary or a core genre. So as an artist, you have your core genre, which might be probably R&B or soul, or maybe pop, but you can experiment. It's fun. Music is fun while doing that. So you can do that, but you still keep your essence. I think I've tried to base on my abilities to answer that question.
Anybody wants to?
Yeah, let me add to that. So, I mean, like he stated, just to add out, I don't take too much time. What you need to understand is that the music industry is ever changing. Now that it's Afrobeats, what we're seeing now is the likes of Amapiano coming in. And what have you noticed with some of our Nigerian musicians? They've maintained who they are, but they're incorporating that beat. So that's another thing you need to kind of learn to be, to adapt. Otherwise, you get lost eventually. Some people, you find them, maybe they end up being one-hit wonders, or I don't know, they go on a hiatus or something, and then they find it difficult to come back in. Do you understand? So as a musician, I think you really need to be able to adapt, but still maintaining your essence as well.
All right. Thank you so much for answering that question. One more question, please, due to time.
Yeah, my name is Jibade. I'm an Afro fusion artist. My question is, how often should an artist release songs? Then two is, should an artist release a single or EP? Then TuneCore, my last question for TuneCore, does TuneCore have any other support services aside from distribution whereby an artist can get more reach? Thank you.
Releasing, that's a tricky one, but I'll say try to be present every year, best you can. If you see the likes of like the top artists we have here, Wizkid, Davido, do you ever really hear them take a break or anything? They keep showing up compared to, not gonna name names, some people who may have taken a break or something. They always find it difficult to come back in for some, once you just take that break or you're not releasing. So I'll say that's where that consistency comes in, where you need to, continue to show up and stuff. What was the question about TuneCore? Sorry. So with TuneCore, obviously we have the publishing and admin side, which is complete, although the core business is distribution. But I think I want to use the opportunity to touch on our parent company that I hinted at a bit here, where the way that's structured now is you see an artist who is maybe gaining traction and may require, because in Nigeria, let me just say Africa as a whole, yes, a lot of people start off independent, but what we find is that there's still a lot of artists who want to maybe be with a label or they need additional support. And that's where the parent company Believe comes in, that can offer you, you can be upstream to Believe, where you can get more artist services, promotion, advances, and things like that. Obviously, their own business model is a bit different from the independent side, TuneCore. So that's one aspect. I think that's it.
Let me just say, when it comes to releases, you don't need to release singles every other month, every other 3 months. When you make a release, you should study the feedback, and you should study, okay, I need to work on this, I need to build my community. You can release a song and the song has not picked. You don't just go back and release the next song. And being quiet does not mean, like, for instance, now, I don't think Chike has put out new music in the longest time, but he's still busy. We still have live showcases. We are still touring. Like, you can use your social media to engage. You can have interact. You can create content. Creating content as an artist is not necessarily releasing quote-unquote singles or quote-unquote an extended play. Okay, you record an extended play. Do you have the money to finance it? Do you have a plan in place to promote the single? So I think you can, there's even TikTok. You can use ways to build your community without releasing music.
Okay, I'd like to just add to that briefly. Releasing music often is important. It's important because, that's your product. If you don't bring products to the market, there's nothing to sell. So you can't go a wall and then somewhere along the line, and I remember, I've not released in the last 3 years. Let me release something. So you start trying to play catch up. Also, in this age and time where there's access to a lot, you really don't have to release music on all the platforms. You can just do a short part of a music that can be on TikTok alone, and then have people, use that part. What you realize is once that part starts to catch, you could decide to release the full form music and then promote it. But yes, it's good to release often, explore many platforms. I discovered an American artist recently that has been releasing only on Instagram. She just makes a short video in her room, releases it on Instagram, and she has started picking traction. A record label has signed her. So now she is releasing music back to back. So leverage platforms, but release often.
Wow, that's awesome. A round of applause for that amazing answer. I'm sorry, it seems like we can't take as many questions as we would like. We would like to take questions from every single person, but obviously, that's not going to be possible. Let's be realistic. We still have lots and lots of things to talk about. Information is very, very key, and as we can see, information is also very powerful. But we can still squeeze in two more. One person indicated here already, so there's also a question waiting for us on Zoom. Okay, so that makes it 3. So 2 more from the audience and 1 from Zoom. So we'll go 1 more from that angle and come back here for 1 more question. So 1 person already indicated, and we'll take. I'm sorry, it's not like I'm discriminating. It's not like by your handsome or whether you're fine. I'm just going to randomly pick 1 person from the back there. Okay, 1 person, that person. Okay. So please make sure that your question is different from what has been asked already. So we're not repeating the same thing. And because we also have other people that will be coming on stage to give us amazing information that we'll need. So you might also have questions in that area. So this is not the only thing we're going to talk about. So 1 question there and 1 question here, and we'll round it off with the one on Zoom. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'm a music entrepreneur, and I still struggle, finding my place in the industry. And we can see, even from the panelists, that music entrepreneurship pays. And, there are pipelines to get into where you ought to be. But for the most part, some of us suffer from maybe a lack of access, a lack of information, or even like a structure to help us get to where we think we would work better at. So I would just like to ask if there's like what would you advise to, music entrepreneurs or upcoming music entrepreneurs to what can they get into, what can they do to find their footing and, rise from there?
Yeah, I think I would like to answer the question. I believe the Nigerian music space already has a couple of platforms where people can actually learn. I think Godwin Tom's program can help with, if you attend any of his courses, you'll be able to learn the areas in the Nigerian music industry where you can provide solutions. So I think that's a good place to start. The Music Business Entrepreneurship Program of Godwin Tom is a good place to start. I think if you attend the program, you'll be able to see whether you should start up a label, whether you should be a talent management company, whether you should start an agency, a media company. You'll be able to find a solution there, I believe.
All right. So I'm also a music entrepreneur. I started as a music entrepreneur before I started doing corporate, work in the music business. There's loads of information on the internet, except you're not looking for information. There's loads of information on the internet. I started as a producer. I graduated to a sound engineer, mixing and mastering engineer. Then I started helping independent artists upload their music on, digital platforms. I used a couple of them, and then I started learning deeper things in music business, and that's how we started. So if you are in one place, do not just constrict yourself to one corner. Try to learn as much as possible. The reason is because what we do is there's always an overlap of responsibilities. So you realize that somebody who is doing marketing would sometimes have to help out with music metadata. So there's always an overlap. Learn as much as possible from a lot of places that you have access to. If you can pay for music business courses like the Godwin Tom's one that Aki mentioned, pay for it. If you can't pay, search the internet. You will find information. There's information, tons of it.
All right, thank you very much. And also, if there are internship opportunities, I beg, please feel free to share with at least the first set of people that you should share with will be people inside this hall, because it's also important that they connect directly with you. That's one of the benefits that they should get. So if there is any internship opportunity at Maven, Universal, TuneCore, please feel free to share. Thank you very much. So one more question from that point, and we move to the one on Zoom.
My name is Alexander. This question is going to the Mavens guy, Ogagos, and Bolaji. So I want you to just touch, on age factor. As an investor, you want to invest in an artist. Sometimes I'm sure you must have had these experiences when someone comes to your label, for example, and the person's already like maybe in his 30s or something. You have another artist who is maybe in his 20s or maybe 10, 18, 19, thereabout. They've got the same, ability when it comes to the type of music, the body of work, investing in themselves, wherever the funding is coming from. Now, as an investor, how does that affect your judgment? How does that,
So basically, is age a factor in signing
in
artists
signing and all
or
that?
developing an artist? Or do they need to reduce the age of football?
The truth is, age shouldn't be a factor when it comes to talent, right? Because talent can come at any age. You can develop yourself and be cooked at any age. But as an investor, as a music investor, you realize that, like I said, it's a long game. That's why you rather have. That's why labels most times would sign a very young artist with the intention of developing them, till they are ready enough to be out there. So if you develop an artist for 3 years and you sign the artist at 19, the artist is probably like 22 when the artist is coming out. And you expect the artist to have at least a 5-year to 10-year run with you, all things being equal and going right. So that takes the artist to about 27, 28. But when you sign an artist who's 30, say 33 for instance, and people always still need development. You might have to develop the artist for 1 more year. Just say 34, you put the artist out, and artist has a 5-year run. That's about 39. That's not bad still, but you realize that most times when artists get to a certain age, certain responsibilities come in. This is no shade in any way to young artists, but when they are very young, sometimes they don't have as much, on their mind, based off the environment that we are in as well. The environment you are in is also a factor. Nigeria, they expect that at a certain age, you should start thinking of having a family, settling down, doing this, doing that, but as a young artist, you are thinking of putting out the best music you can put out at the time and investing for your future. So it shouldn't be a factor, shouldn't stop you from getting that deal. But what I always tell artists when they come to me and they're like, I see Maven signs only young artists and this and that. I mean, not all of our artists are young, but when they say that, the truth, I always tell them the truth is every label or every company has what they call their DNA, what they like, what they stand for. So find a label that would work for you. A label you can't do. Basically, find a label that will work for you. A label that has what you are looking for and also wants what you have as well. So yeah.
That's actually a very good question, because I mean, if the person comes at you with gray hair and you're saying, "No, you're too old, you're baba in the business," and also one person would also think the size play a factor. Like some people would complain that they get, I don't want to use that word, but basically people would say the looks, how you look might affect the way the public would receive you, and for that they don't want to sign you. Does that factor into the conversation when signing people as well?
I say it used to be a factor. It used to be. But it's still,
I
say used to, it's not completely eradicated.
Because I don't want to mention any artists now.
It's not completely eradicated, but you find out that in recent times, artists of any size have, some of them have started to make their way into the limelight. And it's still a big deal, like you said, it's still a factor, and a lot of labels still run from it. But you find out that there are artists, take for example, Lizzo, she's showing that...
Lizzo is not Nigerian.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So Nigeria is still getting there, you know, and I'll say even in Nigerian economy, you find out that one or two people are still trying to push that. So.
Okay, so don't gain weight and don't age, basically. We'll take our question
I didn't
from.
say that.
We'll take our question from Zoom. Razor, an artist via Zoom, says, "My question is, how should you spend promotion money, and what should be your priority when spending the money?" So I guess that should be Ogaga, because you talked about Chike and the Benz, how the story came up. So, how you guys came from Chike the voice to Chike the Benz owner? How much did you spend?
I think, I can't talk from experience, but I'm going to say something. From for knowledge I have, if you have XX sum, you probably look at.
So let's say he managed to convince his father
You should look at.
He has 100,000 naira. That's what he has managed to save.
To be honest, I'm going to say that he should keep his music. He should keep the money. He should keep the money and look for things that he can achieve without spending money. Yeah. To be honest, that's going to be my answer. He should keep the money and look for things he can do without spending that money, because that 100,000 might not be enough. $1 million might not be enough.
Wow.
So you should look for things that he can do, he can achieve without burning through
One
that
example, one quick thing.
For instance, you can use social media. Like, you know, the funny thing, even me as a manager, I follow some social media accounts that give tricks on how to promote music without spending money. There's TikTok. You can use social media to create ways that your followers will have an emotional connection with you as an artist and your music. Because at the end of the day, word of mouth is what is going to make you, is what going to make your music explode. All you need to do is get your followers, even if they are 50 or they are 100, to talk about your music and convert more believers. So I think that we should focus on, because money might not get the job done, sadly.
All right.
I'd like to add to that.
Yes, I know this is like a full-blown masterclass right now, but we can't get any more into it. A round of applause to our panelists. If you have any more questions, because I have lots and lots of questions. I want to blow too, but you can send all your questions to makemusiclagos@gmail.com. That's makemusiclagos@gmail.com, and they'll be forwarded to the panelists. So you can write the name of the person that you want your question or you're addressing your question to, and they will answer your question. They'll forward it as an email to you. So it's even more direct that way. So that's makemusiclagos@gmail.com, and you can also follow on YouTube. They're live on YouTube right now, and Instagram. That's Make Music Lagos. That's the name of the page on YouTube and IG, Make Music Lagos, and you can, of course, share. Once again, thank you so much. Monetizing your music was what we talked about, and we had Chioma Onuchuku from Head of TuneCore, West and East Africa. Thank you so much. Jem Uduma, Label Manager, Universal Music. Ekunwe Edward from Maven. I'm 19, by the way, so I can't. We'll talk later. Ogaga Sakwaide from Brothers Records. Chike and the Benz. That's a very amazing story. That should be the name of the next record or the next album. Mobology Caxton Martins from Slice Media. You still haven't told us how Portable blew with that name, Portable. I never thought that was going to be possible. And finally, the moderator, Mr. Akiemi Ayolua, is a partner, High Tower Solicitors and Advocates. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them. So we're going to move to the next session, and it's going to be a performance. But before that happens, let's just take a quick picture to capture this amazing moment. Okay. Just wow. Showers of blessings, people.
This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let music live. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it out. Raise the voice, we're singing. Love the sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let it bubbling out. Gather round, gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say oh, oh, oh. Say oh, oh, oh. Let it out, say oh, oh, oh. Let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say oh, oh, oh. Sing it to the world, bring all the instruments out. Come on, everybody say oh, put it up, come on, yeah. Let it down, please. Let it down, play now.
Whew, that was hot. In fact, it brought down the rain. That session was amazing. Now, if you thought that you'd heard it all, if you thought that the first session was amazing, trust me, the second one is going to blow your mind in a good way. We're going to be talking about wealth creation for the second panel, Beyond Your Music. Before we get into that, before we bring up our panelists, we just want to shout out some of the people that made today's event happen. This didn't happen in one day, the planning and everything. The whole idea came into fruition as a result of these amazing partners and collaborators. First off, shout out to Fun Bay. Please, a round of applause as I'm mentioning them, because if we don't clap for them, they might not come answer our call tomorrow. So please, a round of applause for Fun Bay for partnering with Make Music Lagos. Olisa Agbakowa Legal for partnering with Make Music Lagos for making this happen. TVC Max FM, thank you, media partners. That's my workplace, so if you don't clap well, I don't want to receive sack letter. Please clap better. Thank you. Organizers include Showgear, Zanosa Entertainment, IPC Events, Imperva, Shaw's 66, Creative Cultura, Bolo Atife Awakon, City FM. Thank you for making today happen. And if you're just joining us, this is the Music Business Conference brought to you by Make Music Lagos. We are definitely securing the bag today, and it's been an amazing session so far. And if you still have any questions from the first session, you can forward to makemusiclagos@gmail.com and we'll forward to the panelists. You can follow on YouTube, IG. Don't forget, if you're sharing pictures online, if you're sharing videos online, please and please use the hashtag MakeMusicLagos. It'll be easy to follow that way so that other people can also be a part of this conversation. That's hashtag MakeMusicLagos, hashtag Music Business Conference. And if you want to get something, a memento, merch from Make Music Lagos, it's right here, it's right over there. T-shirts, colorful t-shirts, amazing looking face caps, and so much other items that you can get. All right, so it is time for us to move to the second panel, Wealth Creation Beyond Your Music. And do not forget that the theme is securing the bag. The question is, what kind of bag are you securing? Everybody secure the bag, secure the bag. Is it nylon bag? Is it Ghana Must Go? Is it Louis Vuitton? What kind of bag would you like to secure? You need to ask yourself that question. When you're making prayer points, you need to be specific so that the prayer will be answered appropriately. So if you're securing the bag, what are you putting inside the bag? And that's what we're talking about, wealth creation beyond your music. Now, let's bring up our panelists. They'll be doing justice to this topic. And trust me, you want to keep your ears open and your minds open as well. Please welcome on stage Emmanuel Babalola, the CEO of Bundle. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And one of my big guys in the business, look, trust me, he's covered every inch of the entertainment industry in different forms, in different positions. Welcome on stage, Mr. Eddie Lawani, Head Consultant, Showbiz Network Services. Thank you for gracing this event. Thank you so much. From Fun Bay, the co-founder, Shola Adeyinka. Please join us. Let us secure the bag together. Founder Chalk City is here. Paul Okugo. Please come on stage. Thank you. And we have Vector. I don't know if he's still the Viper. I don't know if he has rebranded. Olariwaju Ogumefun. Vector, you're still the Viper.
It's Ogumefun.
Ogumefun, sorry. Please don't bite me with your Viper. Is your Viper still alive?
It depends on who's asking.
Okay then. All right. And this session will be moderated by one of my seniors in this business, Shola Mogaji, aka Shols. Please come on stage. Thank you very much. And remember, if you have any questions, make it short, simple, and remember, as in those questions, as you're listening, note those questions so that when we get to the point of the Q&A, we're not going around in circles with the questions. You're just going specifically to what you want to know. So let's sit back and get right into this. Remember, it's wealth creation beyond your music. Charles, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be here with you. I see a lot of good-looking faces in the house. It's going to be a great session. You know me. I like to scatter things. And I have a couple of people up here that like to scatter things with me. I see Eddie. I see Vector. I'm hoping that Emmanuel and Shola will be the well-behaved ones. Paul, I'm not sure what you're going to do, so I guess I'll find out. So we're talking about wealth creation beyond your music. We see a lot of artists out there, you know, quote unquote, multi-blow. You know, they've made it. Mama, look at me, I've made it. And then a couple of years or months down the line, the blowing has unblowed itself and we can't find them. We don't know what they're up to. There's no online presence. In fact, what's in offline? And you wonder what's going on. What did they do wrong? Were they just buying into the hype of being in the industry, being an artist, doing the shows, not putting anything away? Apart from not putting anything away, were they, you know, trying hard to make sure that there was something else they were doing other than music to make sure that they stayed relevant and stayed on top of their game? And when the game is over, what do you have to fall back on? I've got a very interesting panel here with me, and they've been introduced already. But I'd really like to just get started. And I'm going to come to you, Paul, first. I'm sure you saw it coming. I want to know, from your point of view, as you know, co-founder of a Chocolate City group, what are some of the things that you've seen? Because I know you've seen a lot in the industry, even from your company, but generally across board. What have you seen? What should be happening?
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello. So I think even the question, the premise of the question is even, I think, I won't say wrong, but a bit, you know, it's a bit skewed. It should be a question for everyone. It's not really, you know, about making wealth for artists. Yes, the difference is that artists are more popular, so people can see their rise and fall. So it's easier to talk about. It's easier to say, okay, that guy was up, now he's down. But I think it's just good advice for everyone to have a plan. And now the issue that we have is that there is an expectation from the entertainment industry that you have to be this larger than life person. People forget that that you have a private life that has to be funded. So most times people sort of focus on I give a class where I say, showbiz is a combination of two words, right? Show and business, right? I've spent most part of my career on the biz part, right? Which is why, I don't really have much of an Instagram presence. I don't really care about an Instagram presence. There's a lot of other guys in the industry who are like me, who don't really, I couldn't give,
don't say it.
Yeah, who.
Don't say it.
Yeah, I mean, so for me, the value in our industry, the value in our space is not about the self-aggrandizement or about being popular. It's about what value you can extract from it and how that value goes on to enrich yourself, your family, your generations. We have such a big opportunity in Nigeria just to become wealthy from our industry, but we just sort of lose focus with some very unnecessary. It's important for the artist to be, flashy. I like the shoes, Vector.
I was just about to say, man, these are your shoes, but I didn't want to say that.
Yeah, but it's more important to be able to survive for a long time with what you do. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm going to come to you, Vector, because you're right in there. We've seen you over the years doing your thing, we vibe to the songs, we jiggy left, we jiggy right to all the songs. We also see, a tiny little bit of your private life, very little we see. And we know that for you to still be here today and on this panel, it means that some way you've managed to stay relevant in the game, to be here, and you have something to say. What are your thoughts on wealth creation beyond your music? What were some of the things that you've done or you've had to do to make that happen for you?
Hello, guys. So I come from a different school of thought when it comes to artists. How many musicians do we have in-house? All right, so to those of you that raised your hands, I'm not sure you have any problem thinking about business. You should hire people like him. Yeah, I feel like there's this misconception, and I think that Jay-Z started that thing. Artists will be businessmen, where they do plenty things. So everybody's trying to copy Jay-Z. But Jay-Z did America, where they have a lot of functional system type things. But for me, I feel like if you say secure the bag, you'll be the bag. Secure yourself. Because from the artist's perspective, doesn't it make sense that it is value that brings money? So be the value every time. But be the value according to you. I guess that's what I've done a lot of things. One of the biggest problems for artists now advice in Nigeria. Everybody seems to know exactly what you should be doing, but everybody know be you. So you must, me too, they told me, Vector, you have to go out a lot. I'm like, wait, what? And because they see you for club now, why? So me too, I took advice one time. So a lot of people will think I'm stuck up or I'm cocky or they say proud, right? It's because my nature is not always out there. I'm not the guy, yes, I can face crowd and I know it beats me now, but I'm not the guy that wants to be out there and jumping with people. I can have fun with my friends, but that's not me. So at an era in the Nigerian music industry, everybody had to be in the club for visibility. But not be visibility be the first thing to see finish.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah.
So I grew out of that. I want everybody to see me and just be me, you know what I'm saying? And let the people who want me see me. Isn't that the way you make forever music money? Where you have fans that have grown with you through your journey? It sounds like I'm rhyming, but pardon me, that happens a lot.
Now you're just showing off.
I swear I don't intend for it to.
Yeah.
But, so for me, I tried every other advice that he gave me, go here, do this type of music. Then upon doing that, I realized that a lot of my colleagues mistakenly blew as who they were not.
Ouch.
A lot of musicians in Nigeria blew as who they are not. That's why it feels like they say, oh, it was on the rise, now it don't drop. How? Bruh, you could never reach the top of your capabilities as a talent. James Brown died on stage, yes? I mean, he died performing, yes? Until he died, he was performing, that's what I mean. Don't quote me, I may be wrong, because the internet has plenty of fake news these days, right? But you must just be yourself. People will advise you that they think you should make this, oh, you know, make this kind of music, do this type of music, blah, blah. When I made Shiga, I told E. Kelly, I don't want synth. So if you guys listen to Shiga, all you hear is drums, talking drum, a bass slur, not a bass line, just boom, then crack, that's the beat.
What is
then
crack?
that's the snare roll now. Then the only guitar you hear is dun 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 dun, nothing else. So if I was going to make my dance music, you have to understand that I'm a celeb boy and also Alujoyo Akpa. But that's me. Yes, that's me. You have to be yourself. So be the bag that you're securing. They may take a lot from you, but they can't take your self-mastery.
Woo! Has someone, please write that down. Can we have that on paper, please?
I didn't coin it easy.
No, can we have that on paper? Vector said, I know that, yeah, we can go everywhere with it. Thank you very much, Larry. I'm sorry, Vector. So, co-founder, in fact, I Googled everybody yesterday. I mean, apart from Vector and Paul and Eddie, so I had to Google Emmanuel and Shola to find out who are these guys. Let me know what I'm facing. You know, they may not be kind to me. Maybe I can be kind to them. And I saw that this company was called Fund Bay. And I'm telling you, all kinds of things happened to me. I threatened to say what went through my mind, but someone has threatened me here that I'm not allowed to say it on stage. I'm pointing at you, I'm sure you see me. So I'm going to behave myself and not say it. Fund Bay, that name alone means fund, I think, funds before anything else. I mean, that's a genius of a name to come up with for a company, because really that's the way it should be. You know, if you're flange-joining out there, you should be securing the rest of your life, and that's Funds Bay. So tell me from your point of view, where you are with this wealth creation and some of the things that artists can do beyond their music to make sure that they secure the after the music or during the music as well. We all have bills to pay, rent, school fees, looking after mom, dad, in-laws, side chicks, side bros, and the rest of it. I mean, let's talk about that.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. My name is Shola Adeyinka. I'm co-founder of Funbay. There's something Victor said that's very important, and is the fact that you need to understand that money itself is an expertise on its own. And if you get it wrong, or if you take it for granted, that because you're a great artist, you'll be a great money manager, that is a very, I don't know, it's a big fallacy. And it's the first thing, if you can understand that, it will save you 80% or 90% of the trouble. When you understand that the fact that I need to have a money manager, I need someone, so the same way you are becoming an expert, it's the same way you are in court for a case tomorrow. You won't say because I'm a great talent that I'm going to defend myself. What you're going to do is you're going to hire a lawyer. Or the same thing if your health is being challenged. What do? You look for a great doctor. So, and you have to understand, if you would become a great talent, you will need a great money manager. First, you have to understand that. You shouldn't take for granted that, oh, I can do this on my own. Yes, if you have some small change, probably it is easy, and I'm not trying to be derogatory. But because the more, and look at one of the great artists of all time, Michael Jackson. You will read it all over the internet that Michael Jackson died bankrupt. Some people will question that. Of course, Michael Jackson is also the all-time greatest artist that has made more money after he died. That's also shocking. Like, wow, what an irony. Died bankrupt, post-death, highest revenue end. Why? Because it's a totally different ball game, you know. And there's this thing that happens to a lot of us. And of course, he also said something where he said it's not just about artists, this is a general principle. But it's more important for artists because they're in the limelight. everybody is looking at them. You know, if an artist wears, is not wearing a Rolex, they will say, ah, you have not blown, you are not wearing a Rolex. A cool guy, other person may not even wear a Rolex and nobody, because you're in the showbiz business. So you have this tendency to want to, it's also important, you must balance it because it's an image business. You're in an image business. But when you balance it to understand that you don't do mental accounting, because I've also seen a lot of people. A lot of people are doing mental accounting. They're just thinking the money is coming in. So there's nobody sitting down to help them look at it. So the next thing is that you need an accountant. If you're going to build a great career as an artist, you need to also have an accountant on your team. And that's some of the things the record labels have been able to do properly.
Someone to track your money.
Somebody to track it. Who is able to tell you that, see, stop mental accounting. Stop thinking so much is entering. Data has it that Michael Jackson was spending at least 20 to 25 million more than what he was earning every year. And in fact, in the year of his death, he had to borrow $200 million to just continue to keep the face, the appearance. And of course, it's because he believes that people will continue to listen to my music. So let me just continue. So you need to have a team that sits down and you stop this mental accounting to say, this is where I am. It's also a growth process where you understand that how much is coming in? How much can I invest? Because I tell people, your look is actually an investment. But you can't invest more than what you have. You can't, if you don't look at the numbers and say, okay, you can't say, for example, I'm an artist. I'm going to be flying business class. Yes, the numbers must tell it for you. Do you understand? So you have to look at it. Yes, I want people to look at me as I'm successful, so I don't want them to see me in economy.
You must live the life.
Yeah, you must live the life. But if you're not logical enough to say, what's the number? If I fly a business class ticket, do I have something that is going to pay that bill? Is it a right investment? Am I willing to put that? Then you're going to get it wrong. So, two key points you must never forget. You have to understand that money is an expertise. It's not about you saying because you're a great talent in music, then you know what to do with money. That's number one. Number two, stop mental accounting. Stop thinking so much is coming in, so much is going out. You must have someone who is tracking it and saying, guy, you are in negative. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Eddie, the man who's been around the block a few times and then some. I don't think there's any corner of this entertainment industry, outside, inside, anywhere in between that it hasn't been. Your intake on, what to do with money, how to make your money work for you as an artist. And I'm going to time you because I know that we're going to struggle on this stage today.
Okay, thanks for having me here. Victor said something and that quickly checked me or put me in check. That artists don't like being advised, which is true, but not in the exact words. Every artist has a yesterday, and then where they are today, and then where they intend to be tomorrow. That's the guiding light. What is your essence as an artist? What do you want? I've managed artists from upcoming to, at a time, #1 artist in Nigeria when I managed Ras Kimono way back. And one thing I discovered about artists is, like Shola said, they never think tomorrow will come. They see today and they imagine that tomorrow will be definitely better than today. Every rule has a counterpoint. You get to the top of the mountain, at some point you must come down. You can't be #1 forever. It's relative. So in terms of artists and investment and what they should do, it's down to the individual artist. There are artists that want to rock their money today. Dorime in Cubana, anywhere. Last month, I was trying to book a gig for an artist, an international deal. This artist can walk away with $200,000. The promoter is ready to pay. But the artist wants to fly a private jet. So the promoter said to me, we can hire the private jet, but then if I hire the private jet, I can only offer him $130,000. Because the private jet will cost me $65,000 and some other ancillary charges. Back again to management. You need to be financially aware. Most artists have managers. Unfortunately, I am of the opinion that what artists should have is management. It's a different ballgame.
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Most artists have managers. What they should have instead should be management. The management will include whoever they call their manager and so many other
like a support
ancillary
system
services.
yeah.
Accountant, lawyer, psychologist, people who can, economic advisor, people who can forecast. I know an artist that invested over $100,000 in Bitcoin because it's trendy and he knew nothing about what it is. Then tomorrow they say somebody asks you to your wallet, they can't find the money and then it's gone. You want to drive a big car, it's your choice. I don't have a problem with artists, how they want to live their lives because you're accountable to yourself. Where were you yesterday? Where are you today? Where do you want to be tomorrow? If where you want to be tomorrow means anything to you, then what you do today is what will give you an indication of where you'll be tomorrow. So when an artist does not understand that flying with a 15-man crew where only 6 are useful, you have a problem. I do stage management, I do productions. An artist comes to the venue, he's got 15 guys, only 6 are going on stage. Only 6 are going on stage. You set up the green room. Whereas, see, when a promoter is hiring you as an artist, it's not just the fee that is paying you that is calculating. It's checking how many hotel rooms you're asking for, what is on your rider, whatever is going to cost him money that is associated with your presence is going to come from the bulk budget that he has assigned to you. So take the case of an artist that can get 200K, but because he wants a private jet, he's being offered 130. Eventually, he took the deal. If he decided to fly regular, business class for everybody, he could still have gotten 180. So you need to know where the money is going. What do you want to do with the money? What's your plan for your future? Nobody can force it on you. If you don't have the awareness, you can buy it, you can seek advice, you can get consultants. When you are now made aware, you didn't know, now you know. What is your essence? What do you stand for? What do you want for yourself? So it will always come to what each
individual,
artist, what you want. But there's a gross lack of awareness. There's a knowledge gap in the business where artists are concerned. But again, you can only teach somebody that wants to learn how to swim, how to swim.
Thank you. Okay, we didn't have to struggle so much. You just let me have it. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Eddie. Okay, the new age investment. When I hear my son talking about crypto, this, that, I'm like, oh. In fact, I was having a conversation with Paul in the room. I said, I don't put my money where I don't understand the lingua, the English. And no matter how many times they explain it to me, I think I've made up my mind that I don't understand, so I'm not even listening.
Buy the dip.
So I want to ask you, Emmanuel Babalola, Bundle Africa, tell us a little bit about how artists can tap into that, because we have the traditional investment, the bonds, the savings, all of that. But there's this new age, and people are making money by putting money in it and taking a lot of risk, which is the same thing you'll do if you buy shares. So how can artists tap into that as a way of, making it work for them?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think even looking at the whole concept of artists being involved with crypto, I think it's something that has become, even more popular today. Securing the bag in itself, I think comes with this assumption that there is a bag, right? But just to touch on a part, for those of us here who, don't have the bag yet, especially the artists in the house that are, working day and night to, get that hit out there. To start from that point, there is that means you definitely need a form of sustenance while you are, trying to get in and break into the mainstream. For those artists, which a bunch of them, I interact with from time to time, we see that many are getting involved in crypto, and one of the biggest issues we see is a lot of people make a lot of mistakes in terms of how they get involved. They just most of the first questions is how much do I make, how much do I put in, when do I get the money from, that kind of thing. And cryptocurrency is not like that. It is not a get rich quick scheme. As you just heard, someone's wallet was hacked and his Bitcoin was stolen. So there are a lot of things to learn: how to secure your wallet, which cryptocurrency to buy, why you should buy it, and all that principle that guides that process. So the first thing is education, right? You want to really do your own research in terms of understanding what this new trend is. The first misconception is that it is a get-rich-quick scheme. You can actually get rich quick in crypto, but it is not a get-rich-quick scheme. And that has to be very clear. There is no guaranteed return on investment. It's not a Ponzi scheme. The same way you buy a land or you buy a stock, you don't say, okay, this Dangote stock that I just bought, it's going to give me 2% a month. That's not how it works. It's about risk taking. And that's one part. So for the rising stars, one of the biggest things you need to realize is there is definitely need to add to your hustle, and cryptocurrencies are one of the ways to do that, right? You could also start building your own digital presence online, because in the end, before you get that hit song, you can actually make a lot of revenue just by having 50K followers on social media, right? So that's where you can increase income. Now, for the people that have broken through and now have like management and now have all that good stuff, one of the most important things you must realize is the ability to last, because there's something called lasting in this industry. And if you don't last, what will happen is you end up being one of the guys that you would say, somebody used to have money and now he doesn't have money. I know a lot of former millionaires, right? You don't want to be a former millionaire. And one of the key things that would play out then is the amount of, advice, the kind of advice and kind of management that you have. So when, you, as the other panelists have said, it's showbiz, right? There has to be a balance between show and the business, right? So that business aspect is what will help you last in the game. And it comes from, ensuring that you are, one, diversifying the, income as it's coming in, and you're making, your money work for you. Cryptocurrencies are obviously one way to do that, but it takes a lot of understanding for it to work. That is one part. Then there are things called NFTs today. NFTs are non-fungible tokens. These are new ways that influencers and artists all over the world are engaging with their fans. You can literally produce a song as an NFT, and you are getting direct value for that song. The biggest innovation that the internet brought to us is it democratized how people see value. Before now, you needed a record label before you can even get a song out. Back then, we're talking about the black CD, that black discs, right? You needed that to happen. Now today, someone can just stay on Instagram and just sing one or two things, and then next thing you know, you say screw.
And people latch onto it, and it becomes yes.
Exactly. So now you have a platform already, which is social media. However, one of the biggest things that many people don't take advantage of is the fact that they can't really monetize it the way they should be. Take for instance, if you have a song. Now, the biggest thing that Apple Music and Boomplay and all these other distribution channels give to artists is it gives you distribution, right? But these are still third parties. They take a cut in that whole value chain. However, the next phase of the internet, called Web3, allows you the opportunity to skip all that middleman and go straight to your fans. So imagine your fans can directly purchase your MP3 without being able to pirate it, without being able to send it to someone else and still have a copy. What blockchain has done for the world today is profound. Let me give you an example. If I took a picture of you and I sent you a copy of that picture, I still have a copy, right? That's why it wasn't possible to do business directly on the internet. You needed a bank to send money to somebody.
Yes.
Right? But what the blockchain does is it provides that accounting layer where there is no need for you to trust the second person. That is a trustless system. So what that means is with the blockchain, I can actually take a picture of you and send you that picture, and I no longer have the copy.
Okay.
So it means that if I transfer any item to you, I'm actually transferring the assets. I'm not transferring a copy of the assets. So now, artists can, do their albums. They can do even as small as a JPEG file can literally be monetized in this new, industrial revolution.
Thank you.
So yeah, those are just some of the
Thank you. This one sounds like, man, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, I need like a workshop, some sort of, a full day workshop to understand it, because it seems very technical, but I'm sure once you get it, you get it. So latch on to that. Paul, before you go from record labels, okay. I know you want to add to the
so I want to add something because I don't know how much time I have, and I want to take a step back. A huge step back and just share some things. Also, haven't managed many artists in my life. First things first, there's no way to make money that I know today where somebody doesn't take a cut. Right? Even if you are doing an Apple Music takes a cut. Like if you go on a platform, if you do an NFT, someone always takes a cut, right? The point for me is not who takes the cut, is how much they're taking. So I would ask myself, at what cost? So the best case scenario is that you minimize how much somebody else takes, but somebody will always take something.
You
right?
negotiate properly.
Your manager will take something, at least. I mean, your houseboy will take something. So
your family will take something.
Yeah, so that's the first thing. Second thing is, so I just want to take a few steps back, is the first thing that I always do, that I've learned to do, is data. Because apart from doing music, I've also worked in many multinationals. So my training is in sales, statistics, and data. You have to understand the data first of how you make money, which begs the question of who you are. So when people say things like, these days anyone can release music, the music has always been democratic. There's different types of music industry. It's not every artist that you see that there is a musician that has to be on Apple or iTunes. There are people who have a great career just being hotel singers, like a bar and lounge. There are artists who I know personally who never had a record before, never released an album. They're a great singer, they have a band, and they play in every hotel
in
the US, and they make millions throughout their career. So it's more important for you, and I think you said something like that, is to go back first to your first principles, which is, who am I and what's my product, right? What is my product? Am I an artist who is going to be digital? Am I an artist going to have an album? Or am I just a singer? Once you figure that out, you now need to look at I use the word throughput all the time. Throughput, to say, okay, look, over some time, I should get some data that teaches me how I make money. How do I make money? For example, my company, Chocolate City, we manage Femi Kuti, who is a very popular artist, I assume.
He's a big artist, right? Just say it, yeah.
And happy birthday to Femi today, wherever you are. He's turned 60 today, so I don't know.
Happy birthday.
Legend, right? So with an artist like Femi, you know that the conversation is not so much digital, right? He's not going to be doing albums and doing collaborations with Wizkid. That's not the model, right? But Femi does a lot of touring. I mean, a lot of touring. A lot
of it, yes.
Right? So, I mean, Femi can tour the US for 6 months, right? That's the business, right? And we know exactly when he tours, what's the season, right? So if you have a great business manager, he can tell you, this is your trend, right? This is how you make money, right? It's from June to December, where the tours are, whatever is the winter, there's seasonality, which means sometimes rainy season, nothing will happen. Or like in Nigeria, we have very easy ways to know seasonality. Like from October upwards, there's an upward trend in work because all the brands are doing December
concerts
campaigns.
and shows. And
while in January to March, there's a dip because brands are now doing their budgets and they're now real. So you need to really embrace data and understand how things trend. First step for any business, know how I make money, right? If I have a song on Apple Music, for example, I know that those funds are residual, which means that it may not be cash upfront today, right? But I will always make money. So I have a song called Nabaka, which was one of our first with Jeremiah Gang. When that song came out, there wasn't really any digital revenue. So the deal that we did was Alaba. We took money, gave it to Albino, gave us some money. You know the story, Eddie, and we made money. Today is different. I put that song on iTunes. I know that I'm making X amount, so I know exactly how much Nabaka makes me every month, right? And because I know that amount, I know how much goes to me, how much goes to Jeremiah, how much goes to servicing the account. Again, it's about data. So I know exactly who makes what, when they make it, when they trend upward, when they trend downward. That now helps you to do what? To plan, right? It now helps you to plan, make the right decisions, make the right calls. I often advise a 5-year, 6-year plan. Personally, every artist who comes to, I'm not very popular in Chocolate City, which is why nobody knows who I am.
I wonder why.
But
I'm being sarcastic.
every artist who works with me knows that I have very few non-negotiables. Very few. I don't disturb you, but I have some non-negotiables on how the monies are managed, right? How much do you want to spend for a video? Just like Eddie said, great example, Eddie. How much do you want to spend for a video? What does that mean for like an overall sense? And then for you, do I want to do this now, right? Last thing I'll say is, and I think you put it almost perfectly, Ed. There's always the morning, the midday, and the night, right? As an artist, if you understand what kind of artist you are, you will quickly understand how that will flow for you. When is my morning? When is my afternoon? So, and it applies to everything, even with tech and with there's something called an S-curve, right? Every time you have a new brand or a new product to sell, there's an S-curve that we normally look at. And when it starts, how it progresses, where the peak is going to be, and then from that peak, everything else is downstream. This is a cardinal rule of sales and marketing. It applies to every product. Yes, there may be a time where it's just a straight line, right? Depending on the product. So, for example, if it's let me just give an example. If it's cigarettes, for example, I used to sell cigarettes as well for a living. I've suffered. There's a point where you know that people are always going to smoke. So you know that cigarette companies will probably be here. But at some point, even cigarette companies stop growing. They stopped growing. They plateaued, right? Even Apple, right? At some point, they were going like this. And one day, they sold enough phones that they're now here. They're now going straight. Eventually, a new phone will come and they'll go down. I used to work at Nokia for many years. I was there 8 years. When I was there, we were selling 1 million phones a week. We got to a point where we stopped. We went straight, and then Techno came, and we were out of the market. So understanding data helps you as an artist, as a creative, right? To know, okay, look, this is going to be my morning. The day you reach your peak, you should know yourself, okay, I'm 40 years old, right? I'm doing rap music, or I'm doing, or whatever. And if I look at the market today, the trend is moving towards more trap music, or towards more, new music,
or even
right?
sticking with R&B.
Realistically, I can try to keep myself relevant by doing collaborations and bringing young artists, but eventually, everyone dies. That's if you are what was that movie?
Thank you very
Game
much.
of Thrones fans, Vala Magoli, everybody dies, right? So once you know that look, it's inevitable. I am going to die.
Okay.
Don't be sad, but just one more thing. So once you know that you are going to die as an artist, not physically or spiritually, I mean like business-wise, you use that data to set your plan. Now, final thing I'll say, whether that plan is to diversify, through investing in NFTs or in estates, or it's now irrelevant, because you can only invest if you have money, right? So the more important thing for me is understanding how I make money, how much money do I have, when do I have it, and then what is available for me to extend that money. It could be anything. It could be, there's a kid I know, an artist who bought.
I'm gonna have to stop you.
Last thing, who bought bikes, and he now has like 300 bikes. And no one knows. And that kid makes 2.5 million naira a month. Like, it's not on Instagram, but he's making that money, right? So, thank you for the time. I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, very quickly, before I come to you, Vector, I want to go to Shola, Fund Bay. We all know that they say one of the things that we don't do as Nigerians is save money. We don't put money away because there's barely enough to get through. So you're like, I don't even have money. So how am I even going to save? Save, invest the traditional way. We've talked about mutual bonds and shares and all of that. how easy, I mean, and who also talked about, I think it was the one who talked about manager versus management. Because they're two different things. Your manager goes everywhere with you, does all the hype work, does all the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But in terms of management, you've got the whole thing working for you. Everybody, you've got your lawyer, your accountant, everybody in one house. But not every artist can do that. So they may want to know, just very quickly, tips for quickly, if they have maybe 100,000, 200,000 that they want to put towards something, what are some of the quickest things that they can do to get it done? And I'm going to give you 1 minute for that.
Okay, thank you very much. So to answer that, I'll just talk about what we've done in Funbay. We know that the bank, someone will tell you that the bank will change, but banking will remain. So the way we all know banking today, for those of you, people like Eddie, remember those days you went into the bank and you needed to turn print, you had a passbook that recorded your balances. Now we got to the age where we had internet banking, you just send money, and the next moment the person sees it immediately. Those days, you send money, you wait for 3 or 4 days, you go, as it arrives, it has not arrived, you go back, you go continue your life. And so today also, banking has changed. So you don't necessarily need to walk into a physical bank to open a bank account. So we as Funbay, we went to CBN, we got a license, we want to operate a bank, but it's called a digital-led bank. So yes, you have a CBN license, but you don't need to actually have a physical structure. That's the same thing you have with other digital banks today. Now, we built for 3 kind of people. And in this audience, we have those 3 type of people. We call the first set of people the starters. These are people just starting out in life. We have the second set of people we call the builders. These are people they've amassed some kind of convenience. And then lastly, you have who we call the bosses. So I'll talk about what you can do. What can I do? First is for you to understand the value of money. And we have a product called FlexBay. And I'll give you an example. Everybody in this room, you have what you call the precautionary money. Precautionary purpose of money, for those of you that are economists. This is money you are just keeping, that you are just waiting for what to use it for. Like, probably you are going to use it to eat tomorrow, you are going to use it for Uber tomorrow, but you have it. You've kept it in your bank account. I don't want to mention any bank. But you get it tomorrow. When you wake up, it's 5,000 today. You wake up tomorrow, it's still 5,000 naira. Really. Now you have to understand the time value of money. Because money, if you keep 5,000 naira today, and you wake up 1 year from today, it is not the same value. You and I know that. Inflation tells you something will have happened to your money. You just realize that what I can buy with my 5,000 naira has changed. But we have created a product for you to say, if you sleep today with your 5,000 naira, you don't wake up tomorrow with 5,000. You wake up with, even if it is 5,010 naira.
Something must be on top of it.
Get something on top of it. Why? Because that is the rule of money. Yeah. If you go to the bank to take a loan, tomorrow morning you borrowed 5,000 naira from the bank today. Tomorrow it will no longer be 5,000. Yep. It will be 5,000 something. So we have a product that says, put your money there, your precautionary money. You wake up tomorrow, it's getting value. Second thing is saving. How do I get discipline to save? And this is something the Gen Zs have to get it. See, it doesn't matter what, you need to learn to save. Why? Because life is always going to be like this. It's going to be ups and downs. So you have a product there which also tells you, come, you can even automate your savings. We call it target savings. You put your card details, you say, every day, take this from my card, and then you save. Now, thirdly, I'll talk about the bosses who have larger amounts of money. In Nigeria, you know, it's interesting. A number of people in this room are not professionals, but I'm a professional, so I have what we call the pension account. I look at my pension and I'm like, really? My pension is the worst investment I've made in my professional life. You can't leave on this.
Let's just move on to the last point.
So yeah, it's because I'm trying to drive a point. It's the worst investment I've done in my professional life. Why? Because I've kept something aside and it's losing value seriously. So if you are gotten to that point in life, you want to start looking at things that edges your investment. One of the things we encourage people to is to save in FX, save in foreign currencies. Why? Because we know the kind of economy we operate. The government is borrowing aggressively. You're losing money every day. So right on Funbay there too, you can save your money in foreign currencies. You can put it in. You can also look at a diversified portfolio. That's also something that is very important. As you now get to the boss. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to have to. There's so much to say. Look, I say this every time we do this. We need like 2 hours for these things. This is 45. Where's that clock again? I can't even see it again. I'm pretending I can't see it. So we're going to finish when we finish. I can see you. If you start, I will just look at my corner eye and not answer you. Thank you very much for that.
NEPA will take light, oh.
Right?
NEPA will take light.
NEPA, don't worry. We do this every year. They know. So I'm going to come to you, Vector. As an artist, you're the only artist we have here. Sustainability is important. Beyond the music is important. You know, Paul talked about morning, afternoon, and night. You know, you have to know when to quit. You have to know when to work. And you have to know when to kind of like, okay, let me sit back and watch my investment in what you're doing, physically or, you know, emotionally. How do you deal with some of the setbacks that happens to you as an artist that can hinder you, you know, from securing, you know, your wealth creation? Because I've seen you do it, and I know that you're not out there like you said, but in your own way with your movement, you have Lafayette, you have all of that going on for you. How does that work for you? And how can it work for you? And I'm going to give you a minute.
You don't... See, all this thing that this man is telling you, if you go and cram it, you won't do.
Yeah, we're going to share the websites.
Just go and meet somebody that can help your life. But the only thing... So Paul can talk about, there's an irony of the morning, the afternoon, and the evening. But you are a creative. Well, I'll say unfortunately, in the industry right now all over the world, we have more businessmen than artists. We have guys who are, I call it algorithm music. You know, if you do it like this, you go make money. That is why the radio sounds like one long Alaba mixtape.
Ouch! Excuse me, I'm sitting here. Are you taking a dig at radio? I'm sitting right here. Are you really?
That means they're clapping against you. But you just stay who you are. In the morning, be your artist version of the morning. In the afternoon, remember what you did in the morning and do better. At night, make music about time for night. King Sunny Ade has not retired. As King Sunny Ade retired, King Sunny Ade has bagged a bigger endorsement than a lot of artists that you worship from Telco. A bigger check. If your music is evergreen, will there be a nighttime?
There won't be. Yeah.
So, for me, artists, stay on the value, the longevity that you can have. To be able to have value that makes you money in longevity is just be your original self. What brings constant relevance is the fact that there is none like you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vector. No, we're not ready. We need 2 more minutes because I have to round up with the 2 others. Eddie, I want you to round up. And you, I'm giving 60. I didn't notice I won't say 1 minute. I'll say 60 seconds because I know it's tough to get you off your mic. As someone who's been in the industry, been around the block, and I said it before, what are some of the things that can go wrong if they do not, you know, invest in Ojo Ale? Let me put it that way. I'll say it to you, but the nighttime is when you really have to invest for. Some of the things very quickly that can go wrong, so I can get to Emmanuel very quickly.
Just like everything else in life, is a risk. Like I said, my position about all of this is, who are you? What do you want? What's your projection for yourself? There's this thing that went on social media recently, and it said, if the money you have cannot buy you a block, why do you see a bag of cement in every whatever? And what do? You eat it. So it will come down to the individual. Are you comfortable? There are artists that, not just artists, there are people that will tell you, I don't know about tomorrow, let me eat what I have today. However, whoever is concerned about tomorrow in a financial sense, what you should be asking yourself, do I know how to plot my way together? Like Vector said, you make music, let's respect that. However, beyond making music, do you know how to make the music make money for you beyond today, beyond the value of music you have made today? So when you decode it as an artist, moving forward, your plans for the future should entirely be your decision. And then get advice where you think you need it. And we all do need advice.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Ooh, that wasn't tough at all. Emmanuel, just to round up, new age, investment. I call it new age because it seems to be common with the Gen Zs. We, the over 50s, OGs, yes, yeah, I like the word OGs, are struggling with anything that looks like, well, I don't understand, Joe, let me just leave it alone, no matter how much advice you get. So I'm looking across into the hall, and I see a lot of people that can benefit. You've talked about, some of the things that they can do. What is the best way to start? Because if they know how to start, then people like you can then help them to continue and sustain it. So very quickly, can we share that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think
you have a minute to, even though I'm seeing it in sec, I'm not even looking.
Starting your journey into crypto specifically requires a lot of care. In the sense that, as for those of you that already have Bitcoin in the house, you know what's going on in the markets today. The whole idea is to have a lot of education. If you put education first, meaning that you don't take my word for it, you don't take any of your friends' word for it, you actually do your own research and get the right information, what would happen is you would understand how to secure your wallet, you would understand what the truth is and what the myths are, right? So it is very important that you go for education first. And one of the things we've been able to do at Bondo is provide a very strong community that supports that. So if you're interested, just go to the Bondo site and join the community. We have free courses available for all those that are interested in learning about cryptocurrencies and NFTs.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So for everybody sitting here, I'm sure you can get their handles, go to their website, go and learn more, see more, and at the end of the day, know that each and everything that you've heard on this stage today is different for every individual. You all have a target where you're trying to get to, where your morning and afternoon is, and it's different for everybody. So when you listen to them, try and decipher who is saying what makes sense for you. Is it what Vector said, or is it what Emmanuel said, or Eddie, or Shola, or Paul? And when you pitch your tent with one of them, then you do as much work as you can to make sure that you follow through. But definitely you need to put money aside, put something aside, because there's life outside of the music, and I think a lot of people forget that, especially artists. Once they blow, they forget everything else. And then when it's no longer there, then issues start to crop up. I think we'll take some questions now.
Yes, we will. And as Shaw says, 2 hours is not.
It's not enough now.
It's not enough.
I've not entered
We're talking
the
money here.
matter.
But one thing, the OGs, because as you can see, this is the class for the OGs. By the OGs. One thing that you failed to mention is how fresh they're all looking. And it's very important as an artist.
I'm telling you, appearance is everything.
And also to be healthy, because if you do not have that good health, if you make all that money, you're only going to spend it on your dying bed or whatever. And that's the sad reality, to be honest. You find a lot of artists, they make the money only to spend it on, one sickness or the other, which is something we do not pay for.
So let's take some questions. Yeah.
So we're going to take a couple of questions. Do not forget to keep it very, very short so we can entertain more. We have just less than 5-10 minutes left for this. So we're going to take questions from one person here, one person here, one person, and if there's time, we'll go around again. So one person from that space.
So please, can I also add that when you ask the question, can you say who you want to answer it? So, we're very quick about it.
So you can specify who you'd want the question to go to.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Savio. My question goes to Vector. How do you manage when it comes to wealth creation as an artist? How do you manage, you talked about showbiz. How do you manage your appearance? I mean, we have Vector, one of the apex rapper in Nigeria here, without no wristwatch, no necklace or stuff. How do you manage your appearance?
A gold chain.
Yes.
Where's the money going to?
Yeah, the gold chains.
Is that what you're asking? Where's the money going to?
Something like that.
Okay then.
So how does your appearance, how does it look important to your fans or something?
All right. Your appearance doesn't have. First of all, I react to gold chain. One can. Bro, I select them bomb my mom. We be like Mr. T for church there. Gigantic gold chains because it's children's harvest. Ironically, I always see one kid at the corner with kata in his nose just looking at us. And I didn't really understand what that was because we're kids. So me personally, I know really as I talk now, I feel one kind.
Just thinking about it.
But I would wear it. I just can't, I don't subscribe to it. This one I'm wearing is St. Gregory's College ring. But most guys don't understand that we let music determine what our thinking is. So there are brands that are plenty that you can dress well and not spend big money. Like this shirt is from a Nigerian. The shirt I'm wearing, yeah, his name is Pedro. We went to St. Gregory's College together. You can see, although there are Nigerians that will cut your neck, but there are t-shirts online that are not expensive, but they are fly. There are shoes online that are not expensive, but they are fly.
Are you telling us this shoe is not expensive?
It's ASOS. Yeah, well, my shoe is ASOS. It's not Gucci, it's not Versace, it's none of that. So you have to also find what works for you. The world is too big for your life to be guided as an artist by Migos.
Ow. Wow.
All that bling. Yeah. Plus, in Nigeria, if you hear Migos watch and you walk up past where may I grow, nowhere, they'll call you plenty times. Yes, now. So you have to, they say, cut your coats according to yours.
So you're telling
Don't go, they look music video, they put $1 for years, say they. I know people that borrow money to do that, and I'm like, you're selling yourself to the wrong. It's like guys that do giveaway to sell music. The day you drop music and there's no giveaway, audience go come.
Because they're waiting for that giveaway.
Now, it being now you attract in the first place now.
So basically, don't spend your pension on bling bling.
Don't do who you are not. That's what it is. That then will affect your money.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor. So we'll take one question here. I see just one person. Okay.
Yeah, hi. Thanks to the panelists. I'm not sure who to address this question to, but I keep hearing that having a manager, having good management is a solution. And theoretically, I understand it, but we've also heard stories of where managers have been the one robbing the artist blind. So how do you balance that? And I'm speaking as someone who's a lawyer who helps people, who helps people protect their businesses, their assets, their property, right? So how do you balance wanting to have someone who manages and watches your money and everything and ensuring that they don't steal from you and actually cause you to become poor when you're trying to avoid that by hiring them?
Interestingly, that question is going to form a big point on the next session. But
yeah,
considering we do have people here that can just chip in a bit. So, Mr. Lawani.
Okay.
Who did he want to answer the question?
He didn't mention anybody specifically. So I guess from Mr. Lawani's wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
Well, the deal between a manager and an artist is contractual. Unfortunately, again, circumstantially, most people adopt their friends that they hustled with as their managers eventually. Because they will tell you, I don't have money to hire a manager. I don't have money to hire a lawyer. So the guy who has been hustling with you from carrying your demo until the time when it looks like you are blowing or you have blown, just sits in there and fits in as a manager, which is why my theory remains that, yeah, it's good to have a manager, but what you need is management. Management is a process. It combines a lot of things. There is contract, a lawyer. There's a contract between the artist and the manager. Then every other business they do is moderated by the terms of that contract. So when they do contract with third parties, it must be legal in every way. So in the management team, there will be a lawyer. The artist himself will have his own personal financial advisor that even helps check your relationship with your management, looks into accounts for you. So you have your background check. But most people, most artists always think, why should I spend that extra money? But by the time they realize how much it's costing them on the long run. Because if you have a manager that is not knowledgeable, let's even forget about honesty or integrity. If you have a management team that is not spot on, or you have a manager that is not spot on, you lose so many opportunities, you can't even maximize opportunities when they put them in front of you.
That's deep. And
very deep, I'm telling you.
The good thing is we have the CEO of Bondo and co-founder of Fundbase to help us manage the money. So one question from here, please.
So, hello. So I keep hearing who you are, understand yourself, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what are the questions to ask about yourself? Because stay true to yourself. This is your brand. What should you tick? Like, what are the questions you should be asking yourself to be able to also stay relevant to yourself? Because some of these artists, I'm not sure about that. It's like they learn on the job, okay, some things to do, and should you wait to get these things before you, or in the process you learn more about yourself? What exactly, are the questions to ask? This is to Vector and to, I've forgotten your name, I'm sorry.
So guys, pardon me, it's important for you to know a lot of things about yourself. So one out of those things will be that I'm Yoruba. So I'll ask a certain question in Yoruba. Bros, are you Yoruba? You'll be like, because we dress like that. But Yoruba say there's one thing they say in Yoruba, they say, boy, let die. Appease the spirit of your head. You know how easy it is for you to, do you know how to spot appeasing the spirit of your head? Whatever you do that makes you happy. If your music, say if you make whack music, you go know. And if you make music that sounds like someone else's music, you know. So the way to find yourself is just do exactly what makes you happy, because in the process of that happiness happening is God happening in your life. Because that's the only gift that you can get that nobody can quantify. So if me I rap, I rap and I laugh, people think it's a fake smile. It's because things I'm saying, I'm like, yeah, you're mad, man. like, I didn't bust myself head. And that's how you find yourself. If you are doing something that is reminding you of somebody else, you're on your way. But once you're like, I'm a bad guy, Sha.
You're bringing it.
But you can also never find it in totality. And that is why you're always going to be on your toe, because most people don't know that I was a lead tenorist in my mass choir. So after you've heard Vector rap, you can go and hear the choir version of my name on YouTube, and I'm hitting notes that maybe 80% of the singers in Nigeria can't.
Shots fired.
But I'm comfortable. Now, I didn't say this to talk down on anybody. I'm comfortable in the rendition of my gifts. And that is how you know who you are.
But just to piggyback on that one, but is it possible for you to admire someone so much? I mean, you're finding yourself, but you see yourself in someone else, and then just to cut costs or to cut corners, you kind of try to mirror.
I'm too tall for shortcuts.
Okay.
Me too.
But then
that question shoots at the Jay-Z factor with Vector at a point.
No,
but
can
like
you
I
then
said,
find yourself along that line?
Like I said, until you get to that point, you are still discovering, and it's okay. Because there was a time people couldn't differentiate my rap style from Jay-Z. But that's the influence at a point. And I blame Ayo Rotimi for that. But that's the influence at a point. But however, growing you by yourself, you can lie to everybody, but you can't lie to the self. And the moment you stop lying to the self, i.e., I can wear chain, I can afford chain, but I no go dey comfortable no matter how much I wear them. I can wear it for a few hours, but I used studs before. I use them and they do like this till it fall. Magnetic ones, I won't pierce my ears. So yes, you can find something that encourages you to be the self, but you have to understand that it is encouraging you to be the self, not to be it.
Makes sense.
1 second. Let me add to what he said. There is a word that is so bastardized in the show business space, and that word is brand. Everybody keeps saying brand. My brand, I am a brand. Go back to school, go and learn what is a brand. You haven't started. Coca-Cola is a brand. Do you come close? So if you're saying, if you want to know yourself, you can be as a brand, you must be distinct. And to you, the moderator, the question that Vector answered, if I wake up and I want to sound like Vector because I admire him, it can be an inspiration. But if I want to ape him, then I become Vector 2.0. Why should nobody leave the original to buy the imitation? That is where being unique comes in, which is where he landed when he said, you can start the journey that way, until you find yourself, then you add your own value, your own signature. Most people want to be artists because they want to blow. Not that they are talented, not that they can learn. They are not willing to learn.
He said it.
Let's have the next question, please.
Hi, my name is Adebimpe. I am a writer, singer, and guitarist. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all you've said. I've learned a lot, actually. My question is, what does it take for a talented artist who's actually original to be one of the top people in the business globally?
So, you see, the question I think you asked, I think, sums up why everybody seated here. So you said, what does it take to be a talented artist that they get to know globally? First step is, are you a talented artist? You are? Are you an artist first? Then, are you talented? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so now, you will now look at your life and say, morning, afternoon, night, where do I want to go? And I need to make money. I'll talk to Fund Bay because there's the money side. I said it earlier to every artist here. It is not your business trying to fuse talent with professional money people. How to make money. There are people who have, all of us can make money. I mean, I can print merch and sell and all of you buy, or some of you buy. I can make face cap and I've done that and I've made money. However, I'm not an expert at making money as I am an expert at making music. So you must find, and it can be around you. There's somebody that has like this creative fashion idea, stylist. There's somebody that is a lawyer, legal. There's somebody, you have to create all that and make sure that what they are selling is that particular thing that you say you are, a talented artist. Because that is what is going to make people say, who's that? Like I say to people, waiting to cause endorsement. This is it. The brand, according to Uncle Eddie Lawani has said, what's going on there? Na Vector, he rap. Does anybody know him? No. If we give him money, will he come? Yes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, this girl can sing. She's sonorous. They make me right. Are they really big? Okay, got you. Does anybody know her? No. If we give her money, go come now. So you must make sure that you have that thing that the scouts want to see, to go and brag about to the money man, to the showbiz man, to the new businessman that he says, this girl's talent, if I put it as an NFT, people will like it. Not because NFT they reign, because she's talented. I don't know if that helps with your question. So it's the team, like they say. But first of all, you have to go with yours. There's spirit. You have to pick the guys. If you pick the person that is on stage because he has clout, you may eventually end up on the waiting list. Whereas all you probably needed was one person that believed in you that will go and meet Fund Bay and say, bros, I have this talent that you need to hear out. And once he hears it, because he has done one business before, that he knows, this kind of sound, I feel sell am here. You don't know all that, but you know all the kind of notes so you feel sell. Right, for your music. He knows how to take that and make money with it. You must open your eyes and your ears to see all the people that God has blessed you around. Where did they find go Sokoto?
You there for Sokoto.
Wow.
I saw someone.
Oh, okay. Amazing stuff. I mean, as I said, we can go on and on. It has been an amazing session so far. And if you have any more questions, please send an email to makemusiclagos@gmail.com, or you can go to YouTube, IG, and Make Music Lagos. That's the page. You can leave your questions there. And do not forget, you can use the hashtag #MakeMusicLagos, #MusicBusinessConference. A round of applause to our amazing panelists. They have done an amazing job of talking about wealth creation beyond your music. From Emmanuel Babalola, CEO of Bundle, Eddie Lawani, Head Consultant, Showbiz Network Services, Shola Adinka, co-founder of Fund Bay, Paul Okogo, who had to quickly go out, founder Chalk City Group, and Olanwaju Ogumefo, aka Vector the Viper. And thank you, Charles, for moderating this panel.
This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let the music lift up your heart. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it out. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let it play now. Gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say wow.
Thank you so much, guys, for being an amazing audience. A round of applause once again. And shout out to our partners from TVC Max FM, Fun Bay, of course, Olisa Agbakoba Legal. We got to hear from them very soon. The legal aspect of, being an artist, being a sound engineer, just working in the music industry. Sometimes you're carrying that bag and somebody snatches that bag from you. You can't just say, God will fight for me. God will fight for you. But can you fight for yourself? Do you know how to fight for yourself? So we're going to be talking about the legal aspect of the music industry, all the shenanigans, things that people do to scam you out of your money, and how you can learn lessons and stop that from happening. So we're going to go into that in a few minutes. But before then, the reason why we're here is to celebrate music. Okay? Music is a huge part of our lives. We cannot deny that. And what would the World Music Day be without music? What would life be without music? What would the Music Business Conference be without some music? And coming up on stage, we have an amazing artist. He's an R&B soul singer, songwriter. He's got a fusion of R&B, jazz, high life, soul music. His influences include Shadi Adu, Asha, Frank Sinatra. Coming to give us some music and, of course, to entertain us is Mike Frost. A round of applause for Mike Frost. Any special numbers for Mike Frost? Is someone's birthday today? No? Because you could have just sang happy birthday for that special person. But it's all good.
Yeah.
Mike Frost, what can we expect from you?
You listen.
All right. Take it away.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm sure I'm not the only one that is cold here. Because I can see it on your faces and I can see your hands like this. So the first song I'm going to do, you guys know the song. I won't introduce it. So if you know the chorus, just sing along with me, yeah. It may seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break, yeah. I'm a hot air balloon, I could go to space, yeah. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Yeah, clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Yeah, clap along if you feel like that's what you wanna do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here comes bad news, talking this and that. Yeah. Give me all you got, don't hold it back. Don't hold back, give me all you have. I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why, because I'm happy that belong. If you feel like a room without a roof, yeah, that belong. If you feel like happiness is the truth, that belong. If you know what happiness is to you, yeah, that belong. If you feel like that's what you wanna do, bring me down, getting nothing. Bring me down, your love is too high. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down, nothing can bring me down. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down, my love is too high. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you wanna do. For your last time. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down, your love is too high. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down, nothing can bring me down. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down, my love is too high. Bring me down, can't nothing. Bring me down because I'm happy. Yeah. Yeah. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you wanna do. Let's clap to end it. Clap along if you feel. Clap along if you feel. Clap along. Clap along. Clap along. Clap along. Clap along. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel that's what you wanna do.
Yeah, so this next song is a song of mine. It's titled Iwaniko. This song is from my EP. I dropped it in November last year. So this song is titled Iwaniko. So please just vibe with me here.
You save the day. Your smile takes my breath away. You make me feel some type of way. Yeah. Words cannot explain. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And though you are so far away, I just want you to hear me say, hey, Iwaniko ni mo fẹ́ láyé mi. Bólúwa bá ti lọ sọ̀rọ̀. We have a lot tí a kò lè fúnra. Àdúrà mi ní ká pẹ́ fúnra wa. It's what I found with you alone. And all my tears, they all gone. Yeah, right here is where I belong. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And though you are so far away, I just want you to hear me say, ìwọ nìkan ni mo fẹ́ láyé mi. Olúwa bá ti lọ́wọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wa o. We have love tí a kò lè fòwúra. Àdúrà mi ní ká pẹ́ fúnra o.
Now help me clap. Like this. Yeah.
Ìwọ nìkan ni mo fẹ́ láyé mi. Olúwa bá ti lọ́wọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wa o.
Please help me clap.
Tí a kò lè fòwúra. Àdúrà mi ní ká pẹ́ fúnra wa o. Ìwọ nìkan ni mo fẹ́ láyé mi. Olúwa bá ti lọ́wọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wa o. We have love tí a kò lè fòwúra. Àdúrà mi ní ká pẹ́ fúnra wa o. Ìwọ nìkan, ìwọ nìkan, ìwọ nìkan ni mo fẹ́ láyé mi. Olúwa bá ti lọ́wọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wá o. We have love tí a kò lè fòwúra. Àdúrà mi ní ká pẹ́ fúnra wa o.
Thank you. And my trust, everybody. Thank you very much. You've been a very good crowd. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. A round of applause, please. As you can see, Nigeria has got talent. Mike Frost, thank you so much for showcasing your talent. And if this is your first time at a Make Music Lagos event, this is not the only event that will be happening, especially this week. There's a songwriting camp that will take place at Lekki, and that's on the 18th of June. So if you're interested, I hear that the space is almost filled up. There might be 1 or 2 spaces still available, but if you're interested in learning how to write songs, you can attend the songwriting camp. And I hear T.Y. Bello and Kobams will be heavily involved, teaching people how to write songs. And there's also the pop-up worship, if you're interested in that. That's on the 19th of June at Harvesters Anthony. There's also the new music marathon. That will be between 21st of June and 24th of June. So 21st of June and 24th of June, you have the new music marathon on AMC TV, Praise World Radio, and Max FM, of which that's where I work, Max FM. So you're going to hear new music marathon, courtesy of Music Lagos. There's also the artist boot camp. If you're an artist, any artist here, come on, there can't be just 2 artists here in this whole place. So there's the artist boot camp, and that will be at the Primero new label Lekki. So if you're interested in all these things that you've learned, there will be an intense session. All this one is just, should I say, 1 spoon. The full meal you will get at the artist boot camp. That's at Primero new label Lekki. That's on 22nd of June. Now from 23rd to 25th, more like 23rd and 25th, you can learn how to play any musical instruments. There are different venues. There's the Pacelli School, there's the Dopri Music Studio, Little Saints School. You can learn to play musical instruments. That's 23rd, 24th, and 25th of June. And if you want to learn how to DJ, anyone wants to learn how to DJ? Well, if you're interested in learning how to DJ, Palms Mall, and that session will be taken up by DJ Nana. She's amazing. That'll be on the 25th of June. So if you're by Palms Mall, you're just strolling around, you can check that out. And the Shutdown concert will be happening at Muri Okwala Park, VI. That's on the 26th of June, 6 p.m. Some of your favorite artists are going to be there. Johnny Drill is going to be there. Anybody know Johnny Drill? Do we all know Johnny Drill? Of course we know Johnny Drill. There's going to be the Cavemen. And I'll tell you a little story about the Cavemen. I gave them the first radio interview. These guys have grown. And when I mean grown, they've grown from people. They used to play, backup for, all these amazing artists, and look at where they are today. So that just shows you that there's so much growth in the music industry if you know what you're doing. So if you want to attend the Shutdown concert, is on the 26th of June, 6 p.m. at Muri Okwala Park, VI. So we're going to take a little break because, hey, all work, no play, that's not nice. We're just, not going to allow you to sit down. You can stand up, move around during this time out before we go into the final session for today. And if you're, you want to put some food in the belly, we're putting food in our heads. It's all about learning, but sometimes you got to eat. Because, if you don't eat, how are you going to get the energy to sustain what you're doing? So there are food vendors outside. You can go out, get food, mingle, interact with one another, just make that contact. Maybe there's somebody you've been eyeing in the audience. You can just say hi to the person quickly. Remember to invite me for the wedding, Sha. So we can go outside, come back inside before we move on to the final session for today, which will be the legal session. It's very, very important that we do not miss this one because, as we said, the music industry is growing, and you have to be wise before you get to the point of you say you're wise and they scam you out of your money. It won't be nice after working and you get scammed out of your money. So get ready for the next session. That'll be happening in a few minutes. But in the meantime, you can mingle around, go around, introduce yourselves to one another, form that collaboration. Anything can happen. All right, so we'll see you back in 15, 20 minutes. All right? All right, thank you, everybody. So we'll see you soon.
This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart.
Hi guys, please, we have 15 minutes. Please, we have 15 minutes. And just so we know, we have a legal clinic. We have a law firm here ready to answer any legal question you have. So please, we still have that session. Please don't go anywhere. I'm going to hand over to the artist community manager to talk about those performing.
This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it out. Raise the voice, we're singing. The thumb is out, you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let it bubbling out. Gather round, gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say oh. Say oh. Put it out, say oh. Let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say oh. Sing it to the world, bring all the instruments out. Come on, everybody say oh. Put it up, come on, yeah. Let it vibrate. Let it vibrate now. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let music lift up your heart. Let the band play now. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it out. Raise the voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let it band play now. Gather round, gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to the wall. Let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say oh, oh, oh. Say oh, oh, oh. Put it out, say oh, oh. Let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say oh, oh. Sing it to the world, bring all the instruments out. Come on, oh, oh, yeah. Everybody say oh, play it up, come on, yeah. Let it out, play it out. Let it out, play it out. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let music lift up your heart. Let the band play now. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it out. Raise the voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to the wall. Let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say oh, oh, oh. Say oh, oh, oh. Put it out, say oh, oh. Let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say oh, oh. Sing it to the world, bring all the instruments out. Come on, oh, oh, yeah. Everybody say oh, play it up, come on, yeah. Let it out, play it out. Let it out, play it out. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let music lift up your heart. Let the band play now. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it out. Raise the voice, we're singing. The thumb sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let it band play now. Gather round, gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say oh, say oh, put it out, say oh, let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say oh, sing it to the world, bring all the instruments out. Come on, everybody say oh, put it out, come on, yeah. Let it band play. Let it band play now. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart, it's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, we're singing. Lift up a sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let music lift up your heart. Let the band play now. This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Yeah. Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it out. Raise the voice, we're singing. The thumb sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, gather round. Lift up the sound from your heart to let it out, yeah. Put your hands like this, come on, everybody say oh, say oh, put it out, say oh, let the music flow from within your heart. Everybody say oh, sing it to the world, bring all the instruments out. Come on, everybody say oh, put it out, come on, yeah. Let it band play. Let it band play now.
Make it also on music. 1, 2.
Make you no jealous the people wey get you. If it better for you in this world, make you no love for people wey no get. Always you cool. Now God is with everybody as it is. Now God do not want anybody to suffer. You big by nature, why you not be as you be? You small by nature, why you not be as you be? You be any gapo, make you no vex at all. Hey yeah, who no, hey yeah, in this world now so. Hey yeah, who no, hey yeah, in this world now so. Get man, I be no be so. Hey, I so happy 'cause I'm not in love. I'm not in love in this world. One, two, one more time. Thank you. So this next song is titled Akaraka. Enjoy it. Akaraka echidime. Akaraka echidime. Onye makwa echiye, onye makwa echiye, ọdịnaka ọdịnaka Chukwu. Onye makwa echiye, onye makwa echiye, ọdịnaka Chukwu. Akaraka echidime. Akaraka echidime. Onye makwa echiye, onye makwa echiye, ọdịnaka Chukwu. Onye makwa echiye, onye makwa echiye, ọdịnaka. One, two, Akaraka echidime. Akaraka echidime. Onye makwa echiye, onye makwa echiye, ọdịnaka Chukwu. Onye makwa echiye, onye makwa echiye, ọdịnaka. One, two. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Thank you. The song is titled Osando.
To you, wrote you. Ah, na, 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 na. Imana chikwako sigomo Onyalo miyo, yellow you me. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give for me, oh, give you me. Oh, was he keeping like just so? Oh, was he keeping me just for me? My baby, you know, say you got love for me. I do go, I do. I cook. When I call your name, shakara for me. Dora, I'm gonna be your Romeo, you gonna be my Julie. Dora, I'm gonna be your Romeo, you gonna be my Julie. Give me your love, I don't go run away. Carry me go, I don't feel use you pray. Oh, cause someone I can go follow you. Oh, me and you. Oh, come on, I keep my baby. Me and you. Oh, come on, I keep my baby. Oh, was he keeping like just so? Oh, was he keeping me just my baby, you know, say you got love for me. I do. I cook. When I call your name, shakara for me.
Hello everyone, break time is over. Once again, we're about to take over. Hello everybody. Can we all return to our seats? Thank you very much. Don't worry, we're almost done. Okay, so the chatting, the conversations can continue afterwards, but let's just round off the business of the day. Remember, we are securing the bag. Don't lose focus, please. Hello at the back. Can we all move forward or return to our seats? Thank you. Thank you so much. You have been awesome. You have been amazing. Sorry. Can we all sit down, please, so that we can finish and round off for today? Just to refresh our memories, this is the Music Business Conference brought to you by Make Music Lagos. And we have had an amazing time, a great time, from monetizing your music to wealth creation beyond your music. So that when you blow, oh no, will blow. Please don't steal that line. I will sue you. If I hear it in another song, I'll sue you. Speaking of suing, we have a legal clinic, and there will also be a free legal one-on-one session. So if you have any questions, any help, any advice that you are seeking, you have come to the right place. And that will be courtesy of the Olisa Gbakuba Legal. They'll be conducting a free legal one-on-one session for anybody that wants to do, that's interested. And that'll be after we round off the legal clinic. So are we ready for the next session? Can I hear a yeah? That was poor. Is it the fufu that we ate that's making us very, very quiet? If you're ready, can I hear you say yaga? Who says that? I think that's Whiskey. All right. So, sorry, can we just, the distractions at the back is getting to the stage here. Thank you. Please, can we all just minimize the walking around? Thank you so much. So I've been told that the artists that are here, any artists in the house that came specifically for Make Music Lagos, that attended the different shows that have happened so far, can we raise our hands if we're still here? So, okay, I see you. So there will be a meet and greet afterwards, so please don't rush off. We acknowledge you and we thank you for your time, for coming as well. Thank you so much. And okay, so let's get right into the next session. As I said, it's all about copyright. You sang one song and before you know it, somebody else has taken it and made money off of it and you're left wondering what to do. You are wondering how to sign a contract, you don't know what to write, what to sign, you are reading it, you don't understand, all the fine print and all those things that they hide under. Here to talk about every single thing and more is Mr. Ayodeji Talub, who is from the Entertainment Law Practice Group, Olisa Gbakuba Legal. Let's welcome him on stage, please. Mr. Ayodeji Talub. Where are you, sir? Okay. Please keep clapping as he makes his way on stage. As you can see, he's a one-man army by himself. So please pay attention and he will take us through the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ayodeji Talub. I am a music lawyer. I am an entertainment lawyer from Olisa Gbakuba Legal, from the Sports, Entertainment and Technology Practice Group, basically. So for today, I would like to ask, are there any artists in the building, artists, producers, A&Rs, artist managers? You work in the entertainment or in the music industry, basically, then this session would be very important for you. I'm going to start by giving examples, right? So Vector was here earlier, and I'm a big fan of Vector. We all know what happened. I don't know if you know what happened to him some 4-5 years back with his record label. He basically could not release any music because of his contract situation. And might not be his own fault. It might be the fault of he probably didn't get a lawyer to review the agreement initially, or the lawyer probably missed some things. And so I'm here basically today to I wouldn't say to, it's going to be a lot of academic discussions, right? So I'll start by saying for every artist, every creative basically, I understand that, yes, we have people that we grew up with, we have people that were with us hustling together, but immediately you decide to take anything that you do professional, understand that it moves from just being vibes to being a proper business. And so my friend, my brother is my manager. The moment we decide to say, okay, this is no longer vibes, we want to take it professional, it becomes a proper business. So he is my brother, but then now he is my manager, so you need to have some form of contractual agreement between the both of you. So if he's acting as your manager, have an artist management agreement with him. If he is your producer, at every point in time that he makes a beat for you, have a producer agreement with him, have your split sheet signed. He is your brother, but then again, money is being made, like they say in Yoruba, is money that will spoil the face of friendship. So I'm your friend, but you are making money, I expect to make money as well. So if you continue to live on, it's just vibes. And we are trying to secure the bag, right? You leave so much money on the table, especially as a producer. Producers in the music industry don't get the recognition that they deserve because everybody just feels once you produce the beat, I pay you 50,000 naira, that's it. But really, it's not. Aside making the beat, you own the composition, right? But most people do not know, and so you leave so much money on the table, and because you did not sign any form of agreement, no split sheet was signed, no producer agreement was signed, you cannot go back to claim what you did not sign. So immediately you decide to take anything professional, always sign an agreement. And in the music industry, at every point in time where you are trying to secure the bag, so you are signing a record deal, there's a record label agreement. If you want to be independent, you are signing a distribution agreement with, say, Empire and the other distribution companies, there's a distribution agreement to be signed. You are signing a publishing deal, there's a publishing agreement to be signed. Your brand gets so big, people are trying to get endorsement deals with you, there's an endorsement agreement to be signed. So in all the stages of your business dealings, there are always agreements to be signed. There are no such things as it's just vibes. Always sign contracts. Always ensure that your contracts are drafted, reviewed by a proper entertainment or a music lawyer. So I know that there are probably a lot of lawyers in the building, entertainment lawyers, but then again, there are a lot of over 50,000 lawyers in Nigeria, but not all lawyers are entertainment lawyers. I am an entertainment lawyer. I don't do litigation. So I will not come and tell you that I can go and represent you in court. Yes, I trained for that, but it is not my core. So the same way a litigation lawyer would not see some things in an entertainment agreement. So a word such as shall and may can put you in trouble in an entertainment agreement. And litigation lawyers generally, all they know is they want to fight. They bash your car, I'll sue you. You slap someone, I'll sue you. But an entertainment lawyer will understand that the moment you start going to court, it starts to affect your creative process as an artist. I've been in the studio with creatives, musicians, producers, and I know a lot of mental work goes into this thing. So the moment you start to think of other things different from what you should be thinking about, and I like that Vector mentioned it earlier, as a musician, all you should think about is just create the music. Always have people around you that are professionals. Have your managers to sort out your business. Have your marketing executive to sort out marketing. You as a creator, just create for us. It is when your head is right that you can create proper music for us to enjoy. So if you do not get a proper lawyer to review your agreements, you end up in the situation that you're trying to avoid. So I'm going to give very good examples. I was reviewing a contract for a friend, and the company that is trying to sign him, because of course the company is putting money, then they included that they were going to own like some of his rights, his publishing rights, for instance. And I was saying, now I understand that you are putting money, but publishing belongs to the creator of the music. Yes, there's the artist, and then there's the composer of the music. I can write a song and not be the one to sing it. The fact that I wrote that song, I still retain my rights in the lyrics that I wrote. But the person that sang it, that's a different right. So if you are signing me as an artist, if you want me to sign a publishing agreement, give me a publishing deal, I will sign. But the lawyer on the other side was saying, oh no, it's not like that. And I'm like, okay, no problem. If that's what you want, I won't be able to move forward with this. In that situation, if they go ahead and sign, it becomes an issue. And I understand that creatives generally, because we are all trying to catch a break, so you might be eager to sign deals. But I need you to understand that as much as the company is investing money in you, you also have a power, and that power is your talent. And so without you, the company really is just a company, without the talent to put out. So as much as the company has the power to say, oh, this is what I want, you also have the power to say, no, this is what I want, because it is 50-50. You are bringing the money, I'm bringing the talent. So we need to meet at a level playing ground and say, for the money you are bringing, I should also get something that is commensurate to my talents as well. So I know there are a lot of questions with regards to contracts, with regards to licensing. I know a lot of us upcoming artists, we do a lot of covers, and so we probably just do the cover, go and upload it on AudioMark, and then it blows up, and then we decide to upload it on Apple Music, which is wrong. You should always get license if you are going to. So I understand that a song might be popping, I want to do a cover to it. Yes, but the moment you decide to want to earn money from that cover or from that sample that you did, you must get the proper clearance for it. So if you have sampled Vector's beat on your song, you should know, or your entertainment lawyer will know to tell you that before you can release this, you have to get a license. You have to get all your clearance sorted. Without that, you just put yourself in trouble. Dorime, the Ameno song, A Case in Sample, I mean, the song was blowing so much in December. It was #1 on Apple Music, I think. But then again, woke up one morning, we can't find it. Why? Because the original owners of the music had pulled it down. I would say if the artist at that time had a proper lawyer, they would have told him to get that part sorted. The hype around it, but because, of course, it's a good song, we're all dancing to it. But because of that thing that happened, I open my Apple Music and I can't find the song on Apple Music again. It sort of brought down the hype that was around it, but you could have avoided that if your lawyers had told you, get your sample, get your clearance done to avoid any issues with that. I know there are a lot of questions that we might have, contracts, when should I sign a contract, how should I sign a contract, do I need anything to sign a contract, are lawyers expensive? Yes, lawyers are expensive, or not. Depending on who you are, and that's one of the things that my firm, Olisa Agbakuba, is doing, because we understand that a lot of Nigerian musicians might not have access to lawyers. So we are sort of like a startup firm for musicians. So you are not Davido, you are not Wizkid, but you have a talent and you have a right to be represented properly. And so that is what we stand for. You won't break an arm and a leg to get our services. And if you have any questions, our stand is right there. You can come to me and I will give you free advice just for today. Also, we have this book. It's called Set Guide to Entertainment Law, Exploring Contracts, Intellectual Property, and more. It is entertainment law in ABC. So all the basic terms that you need. It does not have sample contracts anyways. It's just basic terms that you need as a producer, as a musician, as an A&R manager, as a artist manager, as a marketing executive, as a film director who wants to license music. All the basic terms are in this contract and you can use them. Thank you for having me. If you have any questions, the stand is right there. Oh, okay, sorry. If you have any questions now, you can ask. Thank you. Yes, there are copies of the book at the back. How much is it? It is going for 4,000 normally on our website, but for the purpose of this event, we subsidized to 3,000.
Can I ask my question now?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm coming again. I apologize. So I understand that there are different types of royalties.
Yes.
Right, and like I think there are about 4 of them. I don't know that there's more. And I know that there are institutions that you sign up with to be able to collect these royalties.
Yes, that's
but I'm
correct.
not sure which one is tailored to the African market, precisely also the Nigerian market.
Okay.
So I would like you to throw more light on that so that I can clearly understand and how to be able to sign up with these institutions so that we can be able to collect. Because, like you said, we might be leaving money on the table.
Yes.
Now we are not aware of. So how do we bridge that gap? Thank you.
First, are you an artist?
Yes, I'm an artist.
Okay,
Yes.
so in that instance, what you want to collect, I'm guessing, will be your performance royalties.
More than that, there's also the sync royalties, print royalties, all those things.
So yeah, so all of those sync royalties, performance royalties, all of them fall under what we call music publishing. I'm sure you must have heard of that.
Yes.
So I will start by saying, to get that, you need to register with a PRO, that's a performance rights organization. In Nigeria, because of Nigeria, we have COSON and then there's MCSN, but there's a lot of legal back and forth between these two people. So it might be hard to, you can register with them. Their registration also, because it is Nigeria, is still analog. So you have to go to the office in Ikeja. COSON's office is in Ikeja, MCSN is in Ikeja as well. You have to go to the office, get a form, fill it, submit your songs on a flash drive. It's
Jesus
too...
Christ.
I don't. You get my point. It's too.
I'm sorry for asking relevant to Nigeria, please.
Yeah,
Or you get a lawyer.
Yeah, so I can do this for free. So the other thing you can do is register with. There are other PROs. There's BMI in the US. There's PRS for music in the UK. I think there's SACEM in France or thereabout. So register with those ones are easier to register. They are online. BMI is free, by the way. PRS, I think you pay about £100. Same for SACEM. Register with them. Once you register with those people, they will collect on your behalf and then you get paid. It's that easy. Or you can just get yourself a publisher. A publisher would help you because you are an artist, right? You don't want to be thinking about making music and thinking about money that you are leaving on the table. So your publisher would ensure that all of those monies are collected for you. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Another question. Okay.
All right. Okay. My name is Daniel. All right. I want to ask, how do you deal with copyright claim? For example, you distributed your song via a distribution platform, then maybe you now upload, like you shoot a video after the song has been uploaded, and you upload on your own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I did that.
Okay.
Yeah, at the point, and I realized I was flagged a copyright claim. The
By
song wasn't pulled by YouTube, from YouTube.
So I understand that when YouTube flags your content for copyright, they should also notify you of why it's being flagged. So if it is someone reported that your song, you are uploading their content illegally.
So I reached out to the distribution company. It's a Nigerian distribution.
Distro?
Yes,
Okay.
so in distro. So they said it's not an issue, that whatever views count on my own content.
Yeah.
It's like somehow is linked to it.
So
yes.
So you get that.
I'll still get royalties. Well, I don't know how true that is. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm guessing that what the distribution company has done is to avoid situations where people will pirate the songs. I mean, upload the songs illegally. There's this tech bots that they use that once. So for every song, I know there's an ISRC code for each song, right? So that ISRC code, once they register it on the back end, any song, any platform, once it recognizes that ISRC code as being registered to someone else, it will flag it automatically. In some instances, it will pull it down automatically. So maybe that is what the distribution company has done. So you might need to go back to them, maybe pull down the one you currently have on YouTube, let them be the ones to upload it, and then you can reconcile that on the back end to ensure that your money is coming directly to you, reflecting on your account. Thank you.
We can still take a couple of more questions.
Okay, mine is not a question. It's to answer him. I'm a promoter. So what happened is the distribution platform you use, they send the song to YouTube. So every money you make from the song will be sent to them. So what you need to do is, you need to send a white flag notice to them so they can remove the copyright claim on your YouTube. That's all.
All right, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you for that.
Okay.
As a creative, is it possible for me to become my own lawyer and do everything myself? Maybe if I get the education.
If you get the education,
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh, there's nothing stopping me.
I was going to say I didn't go and spend 7 years in law school for you to do my job. But yeah, if you go to school, university, study law, go to law school and all of those things. Yes, by all means you can be your own lawyer, but like I said, understand that there is general law practice and there is entertainment law practice. And entertainment law practice in Nigeria, for instance, is not written in the Constitution. It's not written in any act. We have the Copyright Act, but we are still fighting for them to review it to meet the current standard. So, yes, of course, if you go to law school, become a lawyer, and you're called to bar, I'll be happy to have you as a colleague at the bar.
Thank you.
But think it well though, before you think say they wise.
Yeah, also, it's not... Before you can spend 6 years, understand that it's plenty...
You just realize that you've been working for somebody for free.
Yeah, I think there's someone else.
Someone at the back, please.
Yeah, please, I have a question. As an artist, how will you split your royalties with your team, like your songwriters, producers, and composers? Do you have a percentage?
How will you split
royalties, yeah, percentage.
Those are business negotiations. But then again, there's also what you contributed. So, on the split, has anybody seen a split sheet for artists and producers? Right, so like on the split sheet, you know that there's spaces for your contribution. So as a songwriter, if all you contributed on the song is just one line of the music, you cannot. Yeah,
you have a percentage.
There's no set percentage. I'm just saying it's all based on business negotiations. But then again, it is based on your contribution. So if all you did on the song is just one line to the hook, you cannot come and be claiming 20% of the music. Why? But if you've done a full verse, you can come and... So like all of this is based on what you guys negotiate and agree on, but also consider what was contributed by each party.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think one thing that people also need to maybe get more information on is what happens when you're all in the studio. They will say they are vibing.
Yeah, like
and the song comes out. You didn't think that you needed the split sheet at that time, but the song now blew. Can you in hindsight go and say...
So what I always tell my producer clients, my songwriter clients is, the moment you enter the studio, I understand that, and I've been in studio sessions where the producer just plays the beat, and then we just start vibing. People start... The moment you are done with that vibe, after my guy, you go sign this split sheet on me, I beg. Make you no get issues, you get. So, it is vibe, but then again, immediately we finish vibing, when we are back to our normal you always, you can even have your PDF copy of it, just fill it, give it to everybody, please, just sign. You that you gave just all one, just one line, that line was, but no way, I go give you 1% for the song, just to get, so to avoid any, because it will now be hard for you to now start going back and say, oh, did we sign anything though? No. And then now you have to start proving what is not. Okay, I think.
There was one. Sorry, there was one person. Then we'll round off with you.
Okay, my question is actually simple.
most times when we create, we get inspired, like maybe from a sound or something, and we get to sample the song. I don't want to sample a song and at the end of the day, like, get into trouble. So what's like the process to clear your sample? Is this something that can be done digitally or so?
Okay, so for clearance, right? Like you said, musicians draw inspirations from different places. So the moment you get inspiration, and then I think we should understand that in sample, so there is sample, there is there are covers, there's interpolation. So all of these are different, like there are levels to all of these things, right? So the moment you have figured out what you've done, if it is proper, I'm lifting the same beats and just voicing my own, or I'm just using the same rhythm. Once you figure out what you've done, speak to your lawyer. Your lawyer will know how to go through the process of getting the song cleared. And it's simple as contacting the original owners of the music. And like I think I should mention that in every song, there are two parts to it. There is the part that you hear that is recorded, and then there is the part of the lyrics and the beats. So if what you've done is just sampled a part of the lyrics, so you might need to speak to the songwriter. If what you've done is just sample the beat, you might need to talk to the composer or the producer and that aspect. So talk to your lawyers. Your lawyers will know how to go about sorting out the clearance for whatever song you've sampled. You should always have a lawyer.
Alright, so.
Okay, so from a producer's standpoint, let's say you already sell out a beat to an artist, but then you did not give the artist the split sheet.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
what do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean sell out? Like you got paid for it?
Yes, you got paid for it. So then you do not give the artist the split sheet or any of that. Then the song gets released. What is there anything you can do after that has been done?
Yes, there's something you can do, but again, always get your species signed, right? And so I would also like to point out that there are, like you mentioned, there are different rights in the song. Like I just stated now, there is this part that you, so as a producer, you own the right to the beat you've made. And so you are entitled to two types of royalties. Publishing royalties and the mechanicals, so for digital sales and all of those. So the artist might come and say that, but I paid you X amount for this. So in that instance, maybe he has paid you for the masters, maybe, but you still have the right to your publishing. You still have the right to the composition that you made. So you can always argue that what I sold to you was right to the masters, not right to the publishing. So we'll come back and negotiate this, and there have been instances with even one of the top artists in Nigeria used someone else's beat, and the person came back and claimed and he got paid for it. But to avoid, basically, I think what we should all understand is to avoid any issues at all, because now it becomes a case of my word, your word. Just get a lawyer. Even if so, you don't have to put a lawyer on a retainer, right? You can do. After my guy, you be lawyer, beg, do split sheet for me. I go pay you X amount of money. The split sheet, you already have it on your phone. As soon as you are done, just give it to them. It's as simple as that. You are done vibing. Bro, I beg, just let me sign up. It saves you a lot of unnecessary stress.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Okay, this is my question. Recently, one of my artists was to record a song, and we spoke to a producer. Normally, it's a gospel setup, you understand. So we spoke to the producer, and he actually told me a price he wants to collect. He said 200. We were now on it. We concluded on 150. We've already paid, and we started the process. Now, we didn't sign anything, we didn't have any agreements.
Okay.
Normally, he asked me to pay, and I've done that.
Okay.
In future, let's say, okay, hopefully the music now gets everywhere and we are making from it, does he have any right to come back to me again?
Yeah, you can come back and claim the right to his composition, like I said.
The producer?
Yes.
But
So,
we didn't sign...
I'm guessing you are a record label owner.
Yeah.
So record label owners, please, at every point in time, you are going to be working with different producers. Always have a producer agreement. Okay. So the moment they send you your invoice, as you are sending your invoice, you are exchanging your producer agreement with them as well. So if you want to give them percentage of sales, publishing, your producer agreement will state it out. And so once you send to them, if it's something they can work with, they will sign. And once they sign, you pay. If they cannot work with it, they don't sign, you don't pay. It just...
But, sorry, in a situation where we've done that earlier, not even this song, I have some songs like that. And I think maybe doing some promotion, they are now a bit doing well. Can they come back, or do they have any right to sue?
Let me give you an advice, right?
Okay.
To avoid that kind of situation happening.
Subsequently or previously?
Previously,
okay.
Get your lawyers to do a producer agreement and send to them to sign.
Back, those ones I've done deals with.
Send it to them to sign.
Okay,
but first have a conversation with them.
With them?
Yes.
Okay. So this sheet, the split sheet,
yes.
Can we have now, based on the, like you said, advantage of for being in this program, can we have one now for free? Me.
For free?
You think say you did one?
No, you said something like that earlier.
But it's all good. It's a free one-on-one session.
There's a free one-on-one session, and I think the free one-on-one session is limited to advice. So
that's serious. Okay, and lastly, for some of us uploading songs, publishing songs, like me, I used to have a brand, but I don't trust the brand. Even I've not met the guy before, because initially I used to just have people tell me upload, and I'm monitoring it. But I think I did one for a song last year, October, and up till now, we've been pushing the songs.
You've not gotten money.
And he even said, I think he said $0.37. It's not up to $1 now since that. And I'm not sure, and he's even telling me now that the brand is using is not even sure of the brand. I think something is wrong. What can you advise us to do in that situation?
Like I said earlier, at every point of any music contract, any music relationship, always sign an agreement. In this instance, I'm guessing the brand you mentioned is a distribution company. The distribution company should ideally send you a distribution agreement to sign. And so it is in that distribution agreement where they will say that when we collect for you, we are going to be holding back 15%, and then we'll send back the 85%. And the 85% is not as if we'll be sending it to you every month, or we'll be sending it every 6 months, every 3 months, depending on what works for them and whatever platform that they use. So that's, but because I'm guessing you did not sign an agreement, so you cannot come and say, you cannot even ascertain how much you have made. It is word against your word. On your own audio mark, you're probably seeing 1 million streams, but on the back end, it's probably 5 naira that you have there as money made. So if it tells you 5 naira, it's word against your word. So, but if you had signed an agreement, there would have been a space for royalty statements, where even if you do not send the money, it sends you a royalty statement, you see it, you get your accountant to look at it, auditors to audit it, and then if there's any issue, you can always question that. But always sign your agreement, really.
Somebody asked this question, so let me throw it to you. What makes a split sheet legally binding?
So at the this man wants to catch me, but at the end of every split sheet, there's always the part where you would sign each part. So in my head, for every part that you sign, there's the person's, each composer has a segment for themselves, and then each composer under that segment has how much they are getting what's their contribution, their IPI numbers, their publishers, and their signature. So once you put pen to paper on the document, it becomes legally binding.
Okay, all right. So I think when you have one-on-one sessions with him, you can further break it down.
Definitely.
So one more question.
Good day. So the question I have is, I'm an artist. I have my name on the with distribution platform, having his name. Then I go on distribution somewhere like the other distribution company. Then I see another artist having the same name. So my song has been moved to the artist
under the person's name.
Under the person's name because both have the same name. So how do I like legalize my own name, like branding so that that person?
This happens when I'm guessing the artist's name that they moved your song to is a more popular artist.
What's your name?
What's your name? S what? S. King.
And the person is also
S. King. So I think I should also mention that once the first thing to becoming a brand as an artist is your name, right? So even if it is the name your father and your mother gave you when they gave birth to you, City Morgan case in sample, once you decide to become a professional, go and trademark that name. How do you trademark it? Meet me at the back.
Me outside. I think we have another question at the back here.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you. My name is Kelu, by the way. I was going to ask you about trademark, like the process of. Hello? Yeah, the process of trademarking your name. Like, I wanted to know the steps to take as an artist to trademark your name internationally.
Talk to you there.
Yeah, I'll talk to you at the back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
All right. Sorry, you wanted to. Was it?
Still on the main thing. I'm an artist. Yeah. I'm giving an example now. Yeah. I'm an artist. I used to use a particular name, and then I changed my name
to another name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know. So what do I do in such a case? What do I do to merge the songs under the other name with the one on the new name?
I understand that the distros would have a way to now reconcile the songs that you released under that former name with songs that are released under your own, the current name. So now if you go on Apple Music, for instance, you might see some song that has Buju, formerly known as Benson, formerly known as Buju. So that's basically what they've done. So that is your distribution company would know how to rectify all of this on the back end.
All right, good day, sir. So I'm a music producer, and in a way to give more visibility to my beats and to my work, sometimes I upload on YouTube.
Okay.
So, and when I do that, I make it clear that this beat is not for free. You get, but then at the long run, you still see artists. They will download these beats, and the bad part is they will remove your tag, they will remove your production tag. Vibe on it and just upload it. So, is there a way? Is there a way my beats can be tracked and ensure that?
When you say tracked, you mean
like whenever someone uploads my beats?
Yes.
Is there a way they can flag it down? Note, they didn't get the beat from BeatStars.
Yeah,
so they didn't purchase lease or.
So yes, it's possible. So on YouTube, for instance, if someone is uploading content that you feel belongs to you, you report the content, you state why you are reporting the content, and then YouTube will generally pull it down.
Sorry, why I'm asking this question, it has happened that they actually used a beat of mine to do an advert. And I tried getting across.
And the advert was uploaded on YouTube.
It wasn't uploaded, it was heard on the radio.
Okay. Bro. So Do you have a lawyer? Talk to me. Yeah, but really, maybe not me, but get a lawyer to write to the company that did the adverts. Once you explain this to the lawyer will know what to do, definitely. The entertainment lawyer will know what to do. Because the litigation lawyer will probably want to go and file a case in court.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm an artist. My name is Chilabas. So, I signed a deal last year.
What type of deal?
That's the problem, I don't even know. Well, I will explain. Hold on. I will explain. Hold on. I will explain. The thing there is. Hold on, I will explain. Calm. They contacted me that they heard my song from Audio Mark from a friend. So when they sent the contract, it was actually I think 60-40 that I will record. They will pay for the production, pay for every other thing, and that's just mine is just to record.
How many songs?
10 songs.
So it was basically a recording contract.
Yes, something like that. But the problem now is I realize I'm the one writing, I'm the one going to book shows. I'm the one doing basically everything. Like I was discussing with this guy here. I would look for a mixing engineer. They will pay, but I'm the one doing all these things. So I'm asking, is there any way I can salvage it, or is there any way, or is there any is there a clause there whereby?
How long do you have on this contract? How long did you sign for? Is that not forever? You signed?
No. It's actually a 1-year deal. But now, what got me concerned is the deal was to expire May 6th.
This year?
This year, yes. I signed last year. But we've not dropped any song until 30th. And I'm complaining to the guy. I actually messaged Aki Love, but he didn't reply. That was telling the guy that invited us. So I messaged the guy like, see. This song should have dropped. He said no. When you drop your first song, is when the day start counting. So I've stayed 1 year without dropping officially. I've been dropping covers, but I've not dropped officially. So I'm asking, is there any way I can salvage the situation now?
Bro, I'm going to take a very wild guess and guess you don't have a lawyer.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so normally, because it is a recording contract, so I get your point. You sort of expect some form of promotion, marketing, some form of release commitments from them.
Exactly.
But that might not happen because what you signed, I don't know what the terms of your contract are. I don't know what the obligations of these people are. So I'm going to take a wild guess that they did not take the obligations of releasing. All they just said is, we will pay you for the songs, you would record and we will release, right? Yes. So get a lawyer to look at the agreement for you, because that's the first. You have to now review the agreement to start with. So once you review and then, because I know that a lot of people, there are a lot of, not snakes, but a lot of wicked people moving around, trying to scam people, doing these things where, so you want to have a recording contract with someone, but you want to tie them down to some form of 360 contract. I don't know if you understand my point. So a 360 contract is basically, what the company should be doing is, I'll put money into your career, your marketing, your promotion, everything. I might even be paying you monthly salary. So what that means is, I'll be making money also on everything that makes money for you. But some people want to enjoy the money-making part, but not do the spending part. So you might need to get a lawyer to help you review the agreement for starters and understand what clauses were there. But for the termination of the contract, like I said, review it to know what was stated as effective date of that agreement. So if what you signed without reviewing is what they said to you, then it might actually mean that until you release your first single, that's when that contract starts reading. So I'm sorry, but
one more thing, sorry. Actually, it was stated 6th of May.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, so I'm guessing this agreement is made dash day of dash, 6th day of May 2021, right? Yes. But if you took your time to look at the agreement, there will be a part that says effective date. So effective date should read something like, this agreement shall commence on the date this agreement is signed. So that means if that's what the effective date clause reads, it means it commences on that day that you signed, 6th of May, and it terminates upon the 1 year that we agreed, or when we terminate in between. But if the effective date reads something like, this agreement shall commence upon the official release of the first single, for instance, it means that even though you signed last year, you will not start reading until you release your first single. And so that 1 year will just start counting. So if you release, even if you signed the agreement 10 years ago, but the contract is saying the contract will start running so even if you don't release for 10 years later, that's when the contract will start running its course.
Thank you.
So I guess you guys understand why they call lawyers learned people. Because English is in different ways and different forms. So you have to have somebody that will help you interpret some of these things that the contract says. One more question, actually. And don't forget, we still have one-on-one free legal counseling. So if you have any specific issues, questions that you can't say, maybe you are afraid, you are shy, you can meet him behind and then you can have that conversation. So one more question and then we'll round off our interesting session.
Is an artist's name a legal entity?
So, an artist's name, just your name, not registered, is not a legal entity. A trademark's name is not a legal entity. So, a legal entity basically means that once you assume what you call legal entity, it means that you can then sue and be sued, right? So if you want to attain legal entity, so what's your artist name?
Kezi.
Yeah?
Kezi.
So if you want to be, so of course, Kezi is you.
Yeah.
So if I have issues with you, I can sue you as Kezi. Right? But if you want to assume what you call legal entity in the sense, you have to register maybe a Kezi Enterprises with the CAC. So that way you become a registered. So Kezi Enterprises become a registered entity. But you as Kezi, your person, you have a legal entity because you are human. So if I have issues with you, I can sue you. But if you want to sue me in the capacity of your business, you would have to register. I don't know if it makes sense that way.
Yeah. But why I asked the question is that I found out that I have the same name as a company. Yeah, so I want to know if I'll ever run into any issues because of it, like if they can sue me for the name.
If the company can sue you for the name, what does the company do?
Watches, jewelry,
First, is it a Nigerian company?
No.
Okay, so if you want to now register Kezi Nigeria Limited, CAC would probably approve the name for you because that company is probably not registered in Nigeria. But if that company has now registered Kezi Watches Limited in Nigeria, you might not be able to get the name registered again.
All right.
And I think it's very important that you think carefully about maybe changing or retaining, because I think there was a Taylor Swift issue. Was it Taylor Swift? One of those artists. So there was another cafe that had the name of our album.
I think, let me use Mr. Sabinu's issue, like last month or so. So your name is Kezi, right? When you are trademarking, you should. So I'm going to give you a free advice for artists. You are doing it small time, but your dream is to get bigger. And as you get bigger, people want to affiliate themselves with you. It is why you see Starboy Barbing Salon. This kid is not a barber, but you see Starboy Barbing Salon, right? So immediately you start getting bigger. Even before you start getting bigger, try and trademark the name. And when you are trademarking the name, trademark the name in the right class. So in trademark registry, there are different classes. So you can trademark the name, even though you are an artist, you can go and trademark the name in class of furniture makers. So that in future, nobody will be able to use Kezi and be a furniture maker, even though you are an artist. You can go and trademark the name as an investment banker, so that in future, even though you are not an investment banker, nobody will go and do that. So trademarking your name, we call it defensive trademark. So it protects you against all of these classes. But if you go and trademark your name under Kezi as an artist or arts and entertainment, for instance, someone can go and trademark Kezi under furniture, and so you will not be able to claim that your Kezi is their Kezi.
Yeah. So can you trademark your song title?
So song titles is dicey in the sense that, so I mean,
because if there's Kezi and there's Starboy and they have the same
song title, so it's just song title is just a phrase. It's not,
so you can't trademark
except if it is something huge. Something huge is, I mean, there is something huge, right? That is a proper English phrase. But then there is something huge. There are two different things. I don't know if you get my point. So if to avoid the situation where someone else now can do something, you've already released a song under something huge. Another person wants to release a song under, to avoid the confusion.
Because I remember the Starboy thing when The Weeknd came out with Starboy as a song title, and there was confusion. People were like angry, like how did The Weeknd use Starboy as the song?
Using Starboy, yeah, I get your point, but Starboy for Wizkid is not the title of an album. It's the name of the brand. So anybody can name their song. But where the issue now, and I think Wizkid should have trademarked the name all over the world, right? Where the issue now arises is where Weeknd now decides to say, oh, I no longer want to be known as The Weeknd. I want to go by the name Starboy Weeknd. Then it becomes an issue, but it's just the name of an album. It is why you would have songs with the same title but different content. And yeah, even if it is the same title, if it is the contents are different, no problem. But if it is the same title, the same contents, then there's an issue. This person that uploaded this Wizkid song last year on Apple Music, that should come to mind as well.
But it can work to your advantage. At least it helps Burna Boy.
It helps you to just register everything. Because you might think you will not, I mean, you want to get bigger. So as you are thinking it, always work on it. Just register it as soon as you can.
All right, we can go on and on, but time is of the essence. We'll be seeing friends there. Thank you so much, Mr. Ayodeji Talub. You've done an Talub. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You've done an amazing job. Thank you. And remember, if you still have any more questions, you can see him behind. He's offering free one-on-one legal sessions, so don't miss it. This is free. You're not paying for it, so make sure you ask all the questions you want, and hopefully he can help you with some of those issues. And you can send all questions from the sessions that we've had so far, from monetizing your music, wealth creation. You can send questions that you still have to makemusiclagos@gmail.com. And the questions will be forwarded to the panelists specifically. And you can also follow Music Business Conference. It's live on YouTube, IG, Make Music Lagos. If you've been taking pictures, selfies, don't forget to use the hashtag Make Music Lagos or hashtag Music Business Conference. So as you leave here, you're uploading this content later on. Please use the hashtag so that we can all connect, we can all grow together as a community. And before you leave, please try as much as possible to visit the stand. Get your Make Music Lagos merch. Let people know that you came here, you were here, and you learned a lot. And who knows, somebody might just bought that t-shirt outside and said, I went to that same conference, and you guys can just connect from that angle. So once again, I want to thank everybody for coming. A round of applause. You have been amazing. You have asked intelligent questions. And I'm so proud of each and every one of us for taking the time to come here. To give the vote of thanks is Susan Adinoye, who is the organizing partner, Make Music Nigeria. Susan, where are you? And please, if you're an artist, don't go. There's a meet and greet session that will also happen. So if you're an artist, you're here, don't go, don't rush out. There's a session for you too.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you know you had fun today, please put your hands together for yourselves. If you learned something new today, please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, we'd like to thank you all for attending the Music Business Conference. I hope it was enlightening enough for you. Before I go on, I would like to especially thank our host, Ms. Debbie from TBC. Please put your hands together for her. She's done a wonderful job today. Thank you. So Make Music Lagos, as we said earlier in the day, is made possible by the organizing partners. So I would like to thank all the organizing partners. First being Showgirl Limited. Please put your hands together for them. Come on. If they did not organize this, we will not be here today. Zanoza Entertainment, Show 66, IPC Events, and Impriva International. We also like to thank our contributors because they're able to give us, the wealth of knowledge and skill that they have. We're able to put an event together like this. So I'd like to thank 24th Production, Bolowatife Awakan, Creative Culture, Mad One Media, and Slice Media. And for our MBC partners, that's the Music Business Conference partners, we would like to specially thank TuneCore, Fun Bay, and Olisa Agbakoba Legal. Please put your hands together for them. For our media partners, I also like to thank CTFM, TBC Max FM, and AMC. Alright, so how many of us are following our Make Music Lagos online? How many of us are not following our Make Music Lagos? You will not raise your hand, so don't worry, please. Bring out your phones and please follow us at Make Music Lagos on all social media platforms. At Make Music Lagos on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, everywhere. We're at Make Music Lagos. But also, we'd like to recognize the different cities that are hosting Make Music as well. So we have Make Music happening in Ibadan, in I think Owerri, if I'm correct. We also have Akwa Ibom. We have Abuja. So we have a lot of cities actually hosting, and hopefully we're able to get Make Music to all the states in Nigeria. So please put your hands together for Make Music Nigeria. So a quick announcement for the artists that registered to perform at the different venues. Please wait behind. If you have any questions, if you'd like to meet with us so we can answer the questions that you have, please just wait behind. So we give you the right information. I would also like to reiterate on the events that will be happening this week, because of course we've kicked off Make Music Lagos, and this is our first physical event. Is there anyone here participating in My Song Is Your Song? Awesome. Have you recorded your music? You've not been matched? Okay, so I will send more information to you. So My Song Is Your Song is supported by TuneCore, and what that is it's an international collaboration between Make Music Lagos and Make Music in other cities around the world. So we have Make Music New York, we have Make Music UK, Make Music China. Make Music is in over 1,000 cities around the world. And for the My Song Is Your Song, basically you're supposed to have registered. I think registration is closed now. If you submitted your songs, you're going to be paired with an artist from any part of the world. So you're supposed to cover their song, and they will cover yours as well. So for those who, at the end of My Song Is Your Song is selected to be one of the top songs, you're going to be getting support from TuneCore at the end of that. Please put your hands together for TuneCore. And then of course, all the songs that are uploaded on for My Song Is Your Song, if you uploaded your song, you have free distribution on TuneCore to promote that song on I think on social media platforms. Yes, so they'll distribute your songs to those platforms for free. So please put your hands together for TuneCore. How many of us know the events that we have under the Make Music umbrella? That's for Make Music Lagos happening the rest of the days that we have from now till 26. How many of us are aware? Wow. Just a few hands. So on Sunday we have pop-up worship. Pop-up worship. No, let me start with Saturday. Saturday we have songwriting camp, and that is hosted by T.Y. Bello and Nosa. So they're going to be teaching people songwriting. We had very limited slots, and I think that has been filled up. We'll do our best to see if you have some of the recordings, we'll do our best to put that online so more people can learn. For Sunday, we have pop-up worship, and we're going to be having that at Avestas and Tony. Then we have the Artist Boot Camp on the 22nd of June. But on the 21st of June, how many of us know 21st of June is World Music Day? Okay, so if you don't know now, you know 21st of June is World Music Day. We're going to be having new music marathon. We did a call for people to submit their music, and the songs will be played on radio and on TV on World Music Day, June 21. So if you've never heard of any of these initiatives, now you know. So next year you can prepare towards that. We have different activities for artists and different opportunities for artists. Opportunities like My Song Is Your Song, New Music Marathon, concerts where you get to perform at multiple locations. I also like to specially thank, before I forget, I know there's someone who came all the way from Abuja today. Please put your hands together for that person. And there's someone that came all the way from Ghana. She has never been to Nigeria. This is her first time. She came all the way for Music Business Conference. Also, I would like to give you a quick shout out to Sound Allah. It's a platform that listeners get paid to review, your song as an artist, and artists can promote their songs for as low as 1,000 naira with at least 100 people listening. So if you would like to be a part of that initiative, you can reach out to the rep from Sound Allah at the back. So I think I've tried. Okay. So back to events, I'll just quickly wrap up. We have the Artist Boot Camp. We have Learn to Play and Learn to DJ. So if you want to learn how to play an instrument or you want to learn how to DJ, you should be at this program. Learn to DJ will be hosted by DJ Nana. So if you want to learn how to DJ, make sure you're at the Palms. For Learn to Play, we're going to be hosting Learn to Play at an orphanage. We're going to be hosting at the orphanage and also at School of the Blind, particularly School of the Blind. So if you would like to be a part of that, please by all means, you can reach out to us as well. For the concerts, we have concerts happening at multiple locations in Lagos from the 21st of June. We have at Churaka, we have at Sabor, we have at Bature Brewery, Cilantro, a couple of venues. So please just check our social media and at Make Music Lagos for all these venues. And some of you will be performing at those venues. And let me just say something here. There's some artists that we've discovered from these different venues. When we see some artists that we're like, nah, you're so underrated, if opportunities come our way, we usually reach out to these artists, say, okay, this is an opportunity for you to perform. And then a lot of artists feel, I want to perform at the big stage. There are some big artists now that some years ago, at Make Music shut down stage, they couldn't hold it. It's one thing to want to perform, it's one thing to be able to hold the audience of over 3,000 people. So please do not take performing at these smaller concerts for granted. And there are people that are there listening, there are people that are there watching as well. So I'm going to wrap up with our shutdown concert. Is happening on the 26th of June. Who is excited? We're going to be having Mike Abdul, we'll be having Magix from Maven, we'll be having Johnny Drill, Caveman, and a couple of other artists as well. Just stay tuned to our social media page for that. So please, by all means, invite everyone, but make sure you register. For security reasons, everyone who is going to be attending needs to register for pop-up worship this Sunday and shutdown concert next Sunday. So please do not forget, mark that date on your calendar. And I would like to thank you all for attending and listening to me. Thank you very much. And don't forget, we have the one-on-one session at the back. Odisa Bakubalia will be handling that session. Thank you, Fun Bay. You can also visit their desk as well to get more information about how to save and how to create more wealth for yourself. So without further ado, I'd like to say thank you very much and thank you for making Music Business Conference a success. 2022 signing out.
This is Make Music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart. It's time to let it breathe. Raise your voice, you're singing. Lift up the sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now.
Hello. Okay, all artists that will be performing at the concert, please, I'm going to come to this side. Or let's meet at this middle row. If you have been scheduled to perform at the concert on 21st, please, let's have a meet and greet again. Hello to the people at the back. If you are performing at on 21st, please, can we come here and just have a brief meeting?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I just wanted to let us know that we have a stand at the back for some audio here. So if you're having some audio issues with the production, your live record, live mixing, some simple tools that can really help you out. So we brought some samples from show here. So just stop by our stand and let us know what issue you're having and find the tool that helps you. Alright, thank you very much.
Everybody that wants to perform, everybody that's registered, please, just sit down. I know this is why everybody does. Yeah, I know. But I mean, the people at the back. Okay, so my name is Wally. If you are on the Telegram group, can you signify? You have few people that are in the group. I think I know your face. Are you on the group? I know your face. What?
Make music
Okay, so if you have been scheduled for a venue, can you signify? Just one person.
Raise your voice, you're singing. Lift up the sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now. Gather round, come on, yeah. Let it flow from your heart to the wall. Let music lift up your heart. Make music Lagos. Can you feel the beat? Every sound from every heart. Sound let it out. Raise the voice for singing. Let the sound you're feeling. Let the rhythm from your heart be felt in every tune. Let the band play now.
Not source. If you have the request in a particular time, because the source will get for those of us that not gotten any feedback, registered, there are a series of challenges that we are experiencing, and I will list them. Number one, we have people that did not register on time, and we stated from the beginning that performance is going to be first come, first serve basis. And I understand that some people got the